We feral children, lost and wild. Dad punishes us, each and every child. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us. Hell in the cell. Hell in the cell. It's Dad's test of outmight. All kids will go in to fight. There is only one survivor. Bring a shiver, a screwdriver. Punishment is kinetic dance. Leotards moving in a trance. It's the feral children's penance, watching camel toes prance. Miami Deb is a whore. We are feral children, lost and wild. Dad punishes us, each and every child. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us. Miami Deb is a fucking whore. Hell in the cell. Hell in the cell. Test of outmight. All kids will go in to fight. There is only one survivor. Bring a shiver, a screwdriver. Punishment is kinetic dance. Leotards moving in a trance. It's the feral children's penance, watching camel toes prance. Mommy fucking Deb is a goddamn whore. But we are feral children, we thrive on chaos. Dad may try to punish us, he will never tame us.
What the fuck is this thing?
I'm an anomalous cat.
What do you do?
I do my best.
Self-defense means meeting violence with violence. First a warrior, or all else is folly.
I'll just bring Paul over here. We had the Adam's apple. The hand makes a circle and chops into that brainstem. That's a knockout point. Thank you, Paul. I come right in and attack the Adam's apple. Thank you, Paul. So you poke from here right into the eye. Thank you, Paul. I hit him, comes flying back. If I miss, into there. Thank you, Paul. As you can see, there's a lot of force. Thank you, Paul. And we're squeezing hard behind the windpipe. Thank you, Paul. I follow through with the strike. Thank you, Paul. Wham, like that. Thank you, Paul. Kick, like that. Thank you, Paul. Coming right down on the skull. Thank you very much, Paul. 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 Out of that circle.
By following McSweeney's self-defense, you're going to be able to maintain a strong, healthy body and to protect it throughout your entire lifespan, or until you become disabled or fragile and weak.
Disabled or fragile and weak. Hello, everybody. Hello, Pierogi Cacciatore. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Dude, chicken statutory. Who's going to make it? I thought Julie was going to make it and give us a recipe. What's going on? Is Paul single? I don't even know if Paul's alive after the beating he's taken. You guys, I finally got Danny's channel. I thought I added it and I think I had the wrong one. Yikes. But Sassy, thank you for sending this to me. Maybe I'm going to share this tab instead. Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to snipe Danny. We're going to snipe Danny. We're going to say, hello, Danny. I want to see Danny's channel. I've heard a lot about Danny's channel, and I'm excited. I see Petty Paralegal, Joe Biffle. Damn, Toombs. Maybe we need to get Danny on. Here's what we're going to do. You're in here live? Wait, what? But I was going to go to your channel. Oh shit! Wait, you're sniping me? How is this possible? Uh-oh. Look at this. Oh shit! Oh
It's
my
awesome.
god. Wait, you're sniping me? We're
Yes, I'm
we're
sniping you.
sniping them now while they snipe us.
Look,
Look at this.
double snipe.
We're in shit. We're in a
Oh
wormhole.
So
My
look at
god.
it. There it is.
We're
Yeah,
we're
nice.
sniping them now
I'm
while
gonna
they
take this
snipe
out
us.
from the
I can't even look at this.
Double snipe.
We're in
shit.
we're in a
Oh,
wormhole.
So
My
look at
god.
it. There it is.
We're
Infinite
we're
snipe.
sniping them now
I'm
while
gonna
they
take this
snipe
out
us.
from the
I can't even look at this.
Double snipe.
Oh my
We're
god,
in,
I'm
we've
dead.
done shit like this before,
That is
and it
crazy.
did not go well.
We're
in a
So
wormhole.
look at it. There it is.
Now
So
listen,
infinite
we're
snipe.
sniping them. Now I'm gonna snipe the snipe. Watch this
Oh my
shit.
god.
Watch this shit. Let me see if I can do it. I'm gonna go to share screen. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't work. I was gonna snipe the snipe of the snipe. We're in a
Let me
portal.
go in here.
We're in a Sally
and
portal
on
right
my
now, you
iPad real
guys.
quick.
We are in the asshole of the Canton PD. Do you understand?
Ugh, I turned off my AC. Hold on, I
Look,
gotta go
now
turn it
would be
back
the
on.
time to make vicious threats to the president.
Oh, she's
Now is the
watching my
time.
stream. I'm trying to get out of my own stream.
Look, he's trying to get out of his own stream, and we're trying to get into his.
Sorry, Obi, I had to get out of there.
I know it's too
We
much.
were locked
Danny.
in the proverbial. Where were we going, Petty? Into the oblivion?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
in
that
the.
was
You are
weird.
in my Sally
What'd you
portal
think,
right now.
Janine?
And now
We're
I
on the
know
other
yours.
side of town. That was
Remember
Look at
that
those
time
little
when
rats in the
when we
chat. That's
first
cool.
streamed like 2.5
Yo, this
months
is
ago, and I
sick.
hit something wrong and it looked like a trillion.
I'm gonna snipe the
Yeah.
Sally
streams,
portal
and we
again.
got
Yeah.
locked. I was like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
they just
Now
kept
my
sharing.
shit's
They kept
going off.
popping up. It was kind of scary.
the
There
Wild
you go.
West, Danny. That's
I
the
was like,
best
That is
way.
fun.
Bro.
Look, I can't
It's an
listen. I
adventure.
can't hear anything when I snipe, like because it's doubling in my earbuds. But this is it's a salad portal. For those of you who don't know, this is Danny's channel. Subscribe. I'm finally fucking subscribed. I was on the wrong one. I was on some channel that was like, I think it was called Danny's channel. And it had nothing to do with true crime. And I'm like, I'm so confused. It always does come back to the butthole, doesn't it, Wendy? This is why we are collecting every day on average. I get 3 butthole scans from you guys so that I can see which one of my mods are on any and all lists. Do you understand? That was so fun. I caught you in another man's house. It's fine. Hey, go support Danny and watch Danny. I'm here all the time. You can come watch this after, but you should support. You should go click like. It's True Crime Social. And let me make sure I get the URL right. Look, I'll even put it in the chat. There you go. That's right, because the Rust Cole picture. Claudia, hello. Claudia, how did your book reading go? Did it happen? I was going to check tonight. How did it go? For those of you who missed it, and by the way, this is Danny's channel, which I really like. True Crime Social is a good name. TCS is a good name. And I like the background bar up here. This is all great. I love this. I love you, Danny. Thank you. we got each other Sally portals tonight, everyone. That was fun. And I have 2 more funny videos for you, and then we're going to start the show because we have so fucking much to talk about. Like, there is a lot going on right now that I had to leave out also. I wanted to do some Henry Bedard Jr. and oh shit, I'm gonna fucking mosquitoes are crazy here. I wanted to get into some stuff tonight. Specifically, we are going to deep dive soon. We'll probably do this tomorrow night or the next night. I had 2 different shows planned for you that I wanted to do twice today, but your girl had to catch up on work so I don't get fired. So now that work is caught up with, actually for the next 3 days, I did everything for the week. And like, I wouldn't even call it a double. I did like a triple shift. So that I could do this for you this week. We have 2 very special shows coming up. One of them, we're going to be talking about Henry Bedard Jr. and some of the updates that I've gotten, believe it or not, got some updates since the last time we talked Apology Line and Henry Bedard, and we're going to go back into the Apology Line stuff pretty deep soon. I also have a clusters series that was supposed to come up this week and start, but it's probably going to be another week or 2 because I'm waiting on some detailed police reports I've been promised from a clerk in Michigan. So hopefully that happens. But the one that I'm really excited about, because you know me, I hate conspiracies and shit like that. But you know, everybody, let's just say this. Let me bring myself big real quick before we continue the episode. So everybody loves to say, you know, oh, I know, you know how, oh, Where am I? Here I am. You know how everybody always is like, I have an aunt who dated Ted Bundy, went on a date with him once, or almost went on a date, or almost got in Ted Bundy's car, or Ted Bundy asked my aunt for help, or my cousin, or my mom. It's always somebody has some weird fucking family connection to Ted Bundy. And you know, we see that shit all the time. But the only other thing that we probably see just as much as that, I would say, is people who claim my dad is the Zodiac. My uncle's the Zodiac. My cousin is the Zodiac. I am the Zodiac. Like the amount of people. Yeah, my mom dated Teddy 9 months before she had me, says Dooms. Everybody. My mom probably banged Ted Bundy. I don't know. I asked her. She said no. But I'm telling you, there are so many people on the internet, before the internet, people have written books about, you know, I know who the Zodiac is. Like the Zodiac killer is this guy, or this guy. Hank Brennan is the Zodiac. We all know that. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of people talking about the Zod. There is a woman, just like many others before her, who claim, you know, and I'm not saying that to be rude, it's just true. There are an insane amount of women who come out and say, my dad is the Zodiac. And not only is he the Zodiac, I used to help him bury bodies. And then we find out that it's not true. But we never really get closure on, yeah, but what about all the bodies you said you helped your dad bury? Like if he's not the Zodiac, still concerning, hun. Very concerning. That happens a lot. Happens a lot. Now we talked about one who was, I think she was in Iowa or Nebraska. You know, my dad threw people in wells. That's what she said. Then there was another one, literally. Then there was another one who, it was Gary Francis Post, the babysitter or whatever. Or the girl next door was like, oh, he's the Zodiac. Years before that, we had the guy in Louisiana who, you know, I found Zodiac's little hat. I found his little black hood, and it was in my dead dad's stuff. And then we have the guy who wrote The Most Dangerous Game. We have so many people claiming Zodiac connections, right? Then we have the documentary that came out recently where Arthur Lee Allen, again, this is the Zodiac. I know this is the Zodiac. That shit, you know, happens all the time. There's a woman whose last name is Truffle, and she claims her dad is the Zodiac, just like all the others. Here is what's super fascinating. Her dad on his deathbed supposedly confessed to this. Now, this woman went above and beyond and started filming her dad talking about it and asking him questions, doing interviews with her own dad, exclaiming he's a Zodiac. He had a cabin. He was a surgeon, and he used to take women on dates, specifically Jewish women, and kill them, according to him. And when she interviews him, it sounds like he's confessing to it. And then at one point he's like, but the Jews have been through enough. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I can't tell if this guy has dementia and his daughter is fucking with him, or if this really happened. Now, the facts that she claims he sets forth, someone started a big group to fact check. And in that group, there seems to be quite a few people who have been able to dig up old news articles that coincide with some of the stories this dad has. Now, I agree, Megan. I thought so too. But I decided let's do my due diligence because, you know, there is the boy who cried wolf situation, right? Where everybody cries wolf and then one day there really is a wolf and nobody comes. Well, you know, you gotta check every single tip, right? When the police get a tip for something, they have to feel it out, even if it seems like it's bullshit, which sucks, you know, especially if it's like a psychic or someone doing that shit. But at the same time, you know, if it does happen to have some truth to it, you don't want to miss it and overlook it and then look like a chump. So with that said, I started looking into it a lot. I watched a bunch of videos that this chick put out. And I thought, wow, you know, it's a hardy task to go through and fact check everything because she has so many notebooks of notes from interviews with her own dad, confessions, even before he was sick. It seems there were quite a few things that she found. Now, if this guy isn't the Zodiac, he's still could have done some stuff. But at the same time, we don't necessarily know, like, is this woman mentally healthy? Is she fucking around? False memories? That's a thing. Like, it's a lot. So what I thought we could do is we could go through and we could watch all the videos together and we could talk about it and we could see what the evidence is. She's very open with it. One thing I do appreciate about this woman is she actually doesn't sound very crazy, which is surprising. Usually they sound a little off. She kind of sounds within her own headspace. I will say that with some of the interview questions that she asks him, or some of the questions she asks him, she does constantly say, "The girls you killed," and she says it very calmly, I guess. And that kind of trips me out a little bit. But at the same time, if she's been talking to him about this for a long time, maybe that's why. So I think we're going to probably do that tomorrow night. We're going to go through the Truffle documents and we're going to watch her videos. Tonight, we're going to do a combination of topics, starting with fucking Dawn Marie. Because guess what, Dawn Marie? You are literally perfect timing. This was the next video I was about to show right here. Check this out. Well,
concrete jungle, wet dream tomato. Not New York. I like old rap though. I don't listen to much new rap.
What's old
the wrong
to you?
one,
Old
Don,
rap.
but it's
To me, it's
Let's
like
see.
Jay-Z.
Yeah, here we go.
Hey, where are you from?
Here you are.
Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia.
Viva Italia!
Viva Italia, per favore, via la luce, mezzo mare, mamma mia da maritare. Ciacinca, buah. Figlia mia da fantasia, mamma mia, se facce tu.
I
How
can't
you doing
understand her. I
today?
think. Hey, where are you from, ma'am? Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia. Viva Italia, per favore, via la luce, mezzo mare, mamma mia da maritare. Ciacinca, buah. Figlia mia da fantasia, mamma mia, se facce tu.
I
How
can't
you doing
understand her. I
today?
think she might be French.
It is French. Okay. You guys already see what's next. Spoiler alert. Okay. No, we'll do that in a minute. I want to finish with my notes, my updates. First of all, in the last video, if you look underneath it, you can see where I posted Claudia's page. Mrs. TJ has a book called A Home for Ralph. It's a kid's book. She wrote it. I ordered it. I sent it to Claudia. Claudia, ooh, I almost knocked over my fucking coffee. Claudia now has it. Claudia was going to read it to kids. I'm not sure if she was able to do that or not. I think she's going to. If not, and I put a link to that in the last video. I will put it in this video so that you guys can keep up with them. Their rendezvous. I love the idea of you kids meeting up and working together and doing projects together and hanging out. And if you guys want to fuck, you can fuck. I don't care. This isn't your job. I don't think that's what Ms. TJ and Claudia planned, but I'm just saying, if you want to, I fully permit it. Also, you guys saw my mods got together. A couple of my mods. We had Satan, and then the one who refuses to be a mod, Andrea, and then Sherlock Ho got together last week in an electric car in a thunderstorm. So that was smart of them. Good for them. And I was very excited to see that. So anytime you kids want to join up and, fuck, fight, don't fight, but like work on projects, whatever you want to do, I'm here to wing woman you. Exactly, Mandy Joe. Exactly. So by all means, scissor, do what you need to do. By all means. Skid marks on the ottoman from the dog. Dude, there is a scene in the original Sex and the City where Harry, the bald Jewish guy who I adore, the lawyer, he marries Charlotte. Listen, I used to watch that show and I liked it. There's a scene where he sits down on the couch naked, and it's a white couch, and she's putting a tea bag into her tea and notices him teabag the couch, and the look on her face. And I had waited my whole life for someone to address this issue. I think it's fucking gross. I don't like Aunt Jai, Uncle Chai, guilty of crime. Is this your moose flute? When I mentioned scissoring, is that your moose flute? Is this your call? Is this how we get? Here we go. Come here, Chai. Come to me, Chai. Goddamn right. How are you doing? How are you doing? We need to get you in here to talk scissor crimes. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do scissor crimes because that would actually be two separate subjects because you'd have to take it literally and figuratively, and I'm not ready for that. But I do have quite a bit of fish crimes to talk to you about, specifically shrimp. I want to get, you know who I want to team up together? I would like to see Sherlock Ho team up with Uncle Chai Jai, guilty of crime, to talk sea crimes. Fish crimes, we can combine them with shrimp crimes. Because Jai comes over for shrimp crime or for fish crimes, and then I have my shrimp crime girl, which is Sherlock Ho. We need to get the underwater sea crime community together. It needs to happen. Who's going to cover whale crimes? We need to get whale crimes. Satan, do you want to? Who's covering whale crimes? We need to figure this out. Are there dolphin crimes is a big one. You're doing really good. Just stop by to say hello. Dude. I did your call. You had to come. Anytime you hear that, that means get over here. And anytime I have a lemon, Dawn Marie's showing up. Anytime. Expert in sea law. We need nautical themed lawmen or women to come answer the call. You're in an ocean state? Orca crimes. Orca experts. Are we going to get orca experts on the case? What are we going to do about this? Are the orca experts going to be devalued by a commonwealth? I don't know. But the future is unstable until we figure it out. And happy Pride to everyone. Hey, speaking of Jay's gay ass, happy Pride, bitch. We love you so much. All of my gays out there, all my gays, all my lesies, all the in-betweens, all the out theres, I love you all. I love you all. You're always welcome here. And I support your rainbow flag, your pink flag, all the different colors. Seaman law, I'm into it. I'm into it. Maritime law, absolutely. I need you. We absolutely need the gays. Rainbows, rainbows, rainbows from Satan. Happy Pride Month from gay Uncle Chai. Speaking of gay chais, have you tried the cherry chai yet from Starbucks? Because everyone's talking about it. I can't get Dylan to try it. He won't. I don't like chai. Was it Des or someone said it was really good? Someone said it was good in here. Lady gays. All of my lady gays. All the man gays. All the gay gays. I don't care how gay you are. You're welcome in here, and I like you. I actually... Damn, all my old roommates I need to contact. All my old roommates are fucking gay. And I miss them so much, but they're all in LA. They've all moved. And I'm pissed. You drank them all, Satan. Stop drinking the gays. Save some for the rest of us. Gay Jeff. Hey, happy birth month to Gay Jeff. Is it all the gays' birthdays are this month, right? Dude. Yeah, we are. And by the way, while I was up in the Cape, or what do you call it? Provincetown, also one of my favorite places ever. I love Provincetown in Seattle. I love the homes of the gays. Of Gay Jeff, of Lady Gone Gay. EB's single again. Miss TJ says gay, 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 gay heart. Justice for Gay Jeff. No cherry chai for me. You haven't tried it? I can't find it's not even available. I thought about it, but it's not even available here. They keep running out. You're coming to Houston? You're not going to go to Poteet? Let's go to the Strawberry Festival. Let's get you back to your fucking roots, bitch. Let's get you back to your strawberry roots, your strawberry nomadic roots. In Oregon, well, so that was the point. When I was on the Cape or whatever, when I was in Provincetown, I watched an old video of a whale exploding there. Pretty sure it was there. And it was fucking cool, but turns out their guts go everywhere. That shit can cover Massachusetts. Woo! Whew. Bella's in Swampscott? Are you in? Whoever's in Swampscott, I do need to talk to you. Because I am going to be going up there eventually, and we are going to go to the what's it called, SV, or the scenic view. I want to go to where Henry Bedard was found. You're close enough. Whoo, we gotta meet. We gotta go up there. Why do they get a whole month? Fucking because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. They put up with a lot of shit. Okay, so we're gonna talk about a couple of other things today. Oh yeah, so we showed Danny's channel. We talked about Miss TJ wrote a book. Miss Claudia is gonna read it. I put those links in the last video. I'll put them in the next one. Papa Sean got at me. He's if you guys didn't see his episode, he did an episode. He's got a new channel. I'll put that below if you'd like to see it. He did tell me he's gonna go see a comedian that we're both friends with, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I tried to basically I tried to message or text that comedian Papa Sean's info. Between you and me, I think he changed his number, and so someone's out there running around with Papa Sean's info, but I'm really excited. Yeah, Joey Coco Diaz. I think Papa Sean's going to go see him soon. And Miss Laura is going to go see Brian Simpson tomorrow night, who hosts the roast battles that I do. And I'm very excited for that. Very excited for that. So that's going to be fucking cool. One thing I wanted to show you guys, but I really don't want to pimp her. I don't want to give her any more fucking views or anything. But Jennifer Coffindoffer, I would say God love her, but we don't. She's a bitch. What an idiot. She is constantly posting terrible shit. She does not do her research. Remember when she thought John O'Keefe was the one who killed someone? Yeah, that lady. She posted a lot of untrue stuff about Jonathan Joss. I came correct at her very harshly, and I let her know, like, you're full of fucking dog shit. You're full of dog shit, you stupid bitch. Okay. And I let her know that because I just think it's super fucking irresponsible. Whoa. Calm down. I'm sorry. I had that video just started playing. So one of the things she tweeted, first of all, Jonathan Joss was shot at multiple times by his neighbor. She on Gay Pride Month misreported this hate crime, which was totally offensive and rude and wrong. She just got a lot of stuff wrong. And I would just like to encourage all of you, stay on her ass. Let's do that. Let's start paying closer attention to Coffindoffer and let's correct her. All right. I'm not saying do mean things. I'm not saying target her in any way. What I'm saying is follow her on Twitter. Okay. Go follow her so that every time she tweets some bullshit, we can correct her and we can make her better. All right. Let's make Jen Coffindoffer average again. Can we do that? Can we just get her on to a point where we can handle her? Because this bitch is like, give that bitch a free education, okay? Because she's an asshole. And I can't handle it anymore. I really can't. We need to fix her. You know how people are like, I can fix him. Can we fix her? Can we do it? I know you can't. I know it's hard. I blocked her too, and then I had to come back because I'm like, no, she's going to keep spouting her shit. She's probably still pissed at me for... I took a screenshot when she showed her fucking public government ID. It's a private ID, and she showed it. It was attached to the back of her phone, and she picked it up to make a stupid point where she was wrong about the Officer John O'Keefe shit. She picks her phone up, and her fucking ID's right there with the whole number and everything. I'm sure she was nice to you, but she's a fucking asshole. She's a fucking asshole, Chai. She gets everything wrong. Like, she's extremely wrong. And I've talked to people who worked in the FBI with her who said she's a fucking joke. I mean, really, it's really bad. You can literally pay that woman to say anything. She gets off on grief. And it's just insufferable, dude. It's insufferable. Here's where she lost me the most, Chai, I'll tell you. She reposts, which I'm surprised she went on your channel because she's very hateful towards gay people. And I don't appreciate that about her. I really hate that about her. I hate her hate. So she basically posted and this was a while back, and it really pissed me off because she knew the truth and she did it anyway. Okay. She posted a symposium about basically about climate change, and it wasn't Davos, but it was somewhere overseas. I want to say it was like Iceland or Greenland, and in it there was this speaker who stood up and started talking about how we need to do all these specific things for climate change, and we need to be very cognizant of energy and how we can get it from the sun, and all this stuff about basically how we need to enter this world where we're relying more on solar power and we're preserving the climate and blah, 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 right? So it was all about climate and energy. It's in another language, though. Okay, I believe it's in Swedish. It's just in another language. I don't even know the language, but it's in another language, and she posts it. And she puts on it, "This is so sick. This is disgusting. Look what it was basically how the Democrats are turning everyone into pedophiles, and how this is a speaker that stood up and talked pro pedophilia." Okay. So that's what Jen posts and reposts to everyone, which is so fucking irresponsible, because immediately someone who speaks that language is like, no, it doesn't. This person is talking to us about energy, about nuclear, solar energy, about all the different types of energy. They're not talking about pedophilia. What the fuck is wrong with you? And so you go to translate it, and sure as shit, this person is talking about energy, about electricity, about the environment. And Jen decided to take that moment and call everybody who doesn't politically agree with her fucking perverts and say that it's all about fucking kids, which it wasn't. And even after she was corrected, she doubled down and starts fighting with people. And I just find it so disgusting. At that moment, I start going through her Twitter and through her videos and through her YouTube. Like, what else has she gotten wrong? She said Officer John O'Keefe killed someone in her first video about Karen Reed. Her first video about Karen Reed was about how Ojo did it, and it was the trial of John O'Keefe. And this is while she's condemning Melanie and calling her names, calling her stupid. And I'm like, you dumb bitch. It is wildly inappropriate, the shit she posts. So, with that said, we should watch her and we should correct her. Every time she says something wrong, we should be the first to correct her. Someone from this group should be the first to correct her and say, you know what? Nope, it's actually this. I feel like not enough people are doing that, and she's going to be led further astray. And she's already in the Outback. You feel me? She is in the Outback. She's having her bloomin' onion. She's in the steakhouse parking lot at this point. We need to bring her back in and calm her, okay? Start every comment with actually, which I hate. So let's do that. Let's do that. Look, Guilty of Crime is glad to see you, Darlene. We're always glad to see Darlene. Dude, we got to get Darlene. Guilty of Crime. Chai, you would fucking love Darlene. In fact, Darlene, you could probably be boots on the ground correspondent, because Darlene's in Florida. And I know Guilty of Crime out here do a lot of Florida crimes. Not doing the crimes, but covering them. Yes, she is on X. She's on X under her full name. Unblock her and give her shit, by all means. And by shit, I mean correct her and educate her for free. Give her a free education. Give her a free education, because she deserves it. So let's talk about a couple of things that are going on today. I wanted to play this Sky News thing about Trump and Elon, but I know it's going to copyright claim me. So for those of you who missed it, Trump and Elon are having a Twitter war right now. Okay? They're having a Twitter war right now. Why? Because Trump told Elon no to something. And Elon is a billionaire. He's not used to being told no. All right? So what did he do? He threw a fucking hissy fit. Okay? And the problem is Trump's a fucking idiot, in my opinion. And he's always been a pedophile. And I said that before he was president. And let me tell you why. Because I had a friend, a very good friend, who still kind of does comedy sometimes. She was in beauty pageants. And Trump showed up to one of them. And when she was a teenager, he said something very racist to her and he touched her inappropriately. Okay. This was before he ran for president. I didn't like him because of that. Okay. Didn't like him at all because of that. And I believe her. I absolutely believe her because I'm in comedy. I have another friend who is in comedy who you might have seen all over Twitter, who used to be his assistant on what's that stupid show he does, The Apprentice. This guy was in charge for going and picking up his 90 Adderall a week. All right. The man crushes it, snorts it, screams the N-word, and touches kids. I don't like him. Never have. Never, ever, ever, ever have. So when he became the president the first time, I was disgusted. I found it gross. I found it wholly inappropriate, and I can't believe how stupid our nation has gotten. So with that said, when he became president the second time, I said to myself, wow, okay, this is idiocracy. It's not really that funny anymore. Now it's just really fucking sad. Especially because not only was he on the flight logs for Epstein, remember how I said not everyone on the flight logs did stuff because that was a rentable plane? He was on them with Epstein. And he had parties with Epstein. And his daughter's sitting on his lap and he's talking about fucking her. I mean, this guy sucks. When your best friend is a pedophile and you stay his best. The first lawsuit in Florida that happened with Epstein, 2006 to 2008, around there, when he got his little ankle monitor, Acosta, the guy that was the one who let Epstein get away with it, that's who Trump appointed in his first administration to a very high-level role in government. He did a favor for him. Gee, I wonder why. Okay? So with that said, anybody who is acting surprised now at Elon's response to being told no has not been paying attention for over 15 years. Because this is shit we already fucking knew. All right? He is a pedophile. He is on the flight logs. He is in Epstein's house and vice versa. They are at parties together where Trump hired young girls who have openly admitted to have been hired to be there. There are lawsuits about this shit. He was not only a part of the first trial, but his little fucking, what is it, where he holds his horses and shit, got raided. Like, the police literally told Trump, hey, you have to give us your Rolodex. Remember Rolodexes? That was a thing in the mid-2000s. He had to give that shit up. Why? Because of the amount of conversations he had directly to Epstein. He called him his brother. With that said, what the fuck are we doing here? Why are we so surprised at what Elon said today? What did Elon say today? Well, I cannot wait to show you. For those of you who don't have Twitter and haven't heard of this, I'll just show you. I'll show you the tweet. I will show you the tweet. Once I get through all of the Kendrick at the Super Bowl memes, I will show you the tweet. Because, again, somebody posted this, and I absolutely love this. They said, wow, this is just like the Drake and Kendrick situation, but with two Drakes. Yes, exactly. First, if you're a Republican, you're going to hate me for this. I'm sorry, but I have to do it because this is hilarious. This was the response to what we're about to see from Ocasio-Cortez. Never seen a better response to what's been going on today in our government. Ready?
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they?
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they?
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they?
I love her. I'm sorry. I love her. Hate me all you want. I love that. Oh, the girls are fighting, aren't they? Bitch, if you don't, I will vote for you for president, ma'am, just because you said that. Jesus Christ, that was funny. Wow, girl. Wow. Also, I'm going to give you an update on what's going on with Thunderkick. Wow. Okay, so here we go. And there are some great retorts to this, and I'm going to show you both. This post is from an account I blocked. Damn right it is. Damn right it is. Okay, here we go. All right. You see this? This is from Elon, his real account. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. Have a nice day, Donald Trump. Wow. Wow. You let your son hang out with a guy you knew was a pedophile? Make sure your lawyers are on standby. Wow. Wow. It is a roast battle. It is roast battle. It is roast battle happening. It is happening. It is happening on Twitter right now. A real life roast battle between some douchebag who calls himself the president and some douchebag from South Africa who's coming to take all of our social security numbers and financial information and audit us. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? I know, Miss TJ, and I love it. Good. Wish he wouldn't have given Elon all the codes and secrets first. That was wild. Dude, the Karen Reed trial walked so this shit could run. Okay. Twitter's back, baby. Ironically, Elon runs it. Wow. All untreated drug addicts. All self-diagnosed drug addicts, to be fair. This is just unbelievable. Okay, first of all, first thing, we knew that, Elon. The problem is the Republicans refused to listen to it. So now that Elon said it, who they all called a hero, now they have to listen to it. How's that going to go? Not surprised that the immediate first response was, you let your kid hang out with that guy? Great point. Great point. Not going to argue with that. Great point. Fantastic point. Wouldn't let a kid hang out with either of them, but great fucking point. All I can say about this, and the reason I threw this in is because for those of you who are wondering why I'm still on X, even though I complain about it all the time, that's why. That's why. To see the girls fight. Because I like watching the girls fight. Hal Sparks is amazing. I opened for him once. He is one of my favorite comics to ever work with. Absolutely love him. If you don't know him, he played Mikey on Queer as Folk. Not gay, but played Mikey on Queer as Folk. That's crazy, right? Like, he's a gay icon. He also has a fantastic joke, by the way, that is true. He was in, I want to say LA or New York, and I hope I don't want to bite his, like, I don't know if, I think he tells this publicly, but if you ever go see him live and you've never heard the joke before, just laugh anyway. Okay. Laugh at him anyway. Cause it's very funny. He talks about how he saw somebody get, they like got hit by a car, died, something happened, and someone's out. They're in the road and the EMT pulls up, and all of a sudden Eddie Van Halen gets out because Eddie Van Halen is an EMT now, or at that point was, and helped the guy. And he does a whole joke about Eddie Van Halen standing over the body and singing. And that's very funny, but he actually was an EMT at the time. And I had no idea. And I looked up and I was like, wow, that's fucking crazy. So I didn't know that. And I absolutely love him. And I love his jokes about dinosaur arms. So I highly recommend going to see Hal Sparks if you ever get the opportunity. You know, I'm not against it. I'm not against deporting Elon. Put him in ICE for a week. Put him in ICE detention like they did that poor little kid who was legally here in Boston. Do that. Do that to Elon. Fuck it. Why not? Watch the system at work, Elon. Watch it. Watch it work for you. You have my permission on behalf of Austin to put Elon in ICE custody. You have my full permission to put Elon in ICE custody. I hope you do it. I hope it happens. He does have a broke dick, and he is a broke dick. Lori, I'm so glad to see you here today, hon. We're just talking. We're just gabbing. We're just gabbing right now. All right? We're just gabbing Hannah, okay? So the president's a pedophile. We already knew that, but now his buddy told everyone. So now people are starting to listen. So that's great. I'm glad that people are starting to listen. Second of all, why did he let the pedophile babysit his kids? I don't know. It was David Lee Roth. You're right. I fuck it up every time. It's David Lee Roth. It wasn't Eddie Van Halen. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mitty, for being here. Mitty is my fact checker. You are my Jamie. I'm gonna call you that. It was David Lee Roth. It was a great fucking joke. Very, very funny. And also, I don't know why I get them mixed up all the time. Probably because I don't listen to that band. I do apologize. I don't listen to that band at all. Not a big fan, but found it very funny. Found it very, very funny. So yes, it was David Lee Roth. He is the EMT. Hal Sparks is amazing. He's very, very funny. Okay, so now we're going to get into, it's David Lee Roth. You're right. He is in Van Halen though, right? Right, yes. Okay, so back to Steve Bannon. Let's talk about him. Steve Bannon, why did you have acid in your hot tub? Do you guys know about this? Steve Bannon had a house in Florida. Mitty, let me know. Is it Florida? He had a house in Florida. In that house, there was a hot tub. In that hot tub, when they left the house, a lot of acid in it, like burnt the hot tub. All right. Rumor has it from bodies. That's all I'm going to say. Look up Steve Bannon's hot tub. There's actually a really good episode of Morning Joe with Mika where they're not having sexual tension, but they are married at that point, where they talked about this, where they talked about, first of all, it was funny when Trump said that shit to Mika about her facelift. I'm sorry, it was rude, but it was very funny. She was bleeding from a facelift. Very funny. No, not chlorine. It was actually acid. Like it destroyed the hot tub. Rumor has it he would get male escorts and drug them up, and then if they talked shit, he would kill them. That was the rumor. Lots of acid in that hot tub. Actually, while I'm here, acid in Steve Bannon's hot tub. I wonder if they ever figured that out, because this was one of the things that Morning Joe covered to hit back at Steve Bannon for laughing at Mika's facelift. Now, they did put out bathtub. Here it is. The jacuzzi bathtub covered in acid. This is a site called, or this is a channel called MV Pimp. I don't know if we can play that. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I will find something that we can legally play without me getting it taken down. But yeah, there was a lot of acid in his hot tub. Like a lot. It was burnt out. They had to replace it. You remember hearing about that? Yeah, but here's the thing. The news reported, like, it was a very widespread thing. And the landlord, or the person who bought it or owned it and rented it to him, because he was living this like nomad lifestyle, right? Was really pissed off about it and said, hey, you burned my hot tub out with acid, with body decaying acid. Like, why did you do that, Steve Bannon? And he never answered. I find that very, very funny. Okay. Today, we're going to get into the subject matter at hand. We're going to start with Madeleine McCann. For those of you who aren't aware, give me 1 second, because I want to make sure that I have this in the right order. How many of you guys remember that special that came out where Madeleine McCann, they took the search dogs through the house? And they had padlocks installed on the interior doors while others were completely removed. Yep. That's it. That's the one. And they never figured out why. Why? This is weird. Why do you have a house of horrors? It's a little weird. So here's what I want to do. I want to show you a couple of things. If you didn't see it, there were a couple of specials that came out a few years ago where it's like the new hunt for Madeleine McCann. There are the people, quite a few people. There's a criminal profiler on YouTube that everybody loves, and she's hell bent on it's the parents. Like, all these people want to blame the parents. Here's the thing. I don't think the parents fucking did it. That's just my opinion. I don't think they did it. I think it's kind of crazy to still be harping on them. You know, people can explain why all they want, but none of it involves any evidence. There's never, ever, ever been an ounce of evidence that the parents had anything to do with it. It's the new Jean Bonnet, or not even the new. It's the EU's Jean Bonnet. Okay. Everybody who has ever blamed the parents there is yet to be a single person that has come up with any evidence of that. In Praia, where there were workers there who 100% saw the parents at the tapas bar the whole time. Yeah, they were at dinner with a shit ton of people. True, Tiff. And we can Google map it sometime if you guys want. We can do it tonight if you want. It's not that far from the tapas bar, but it is far enough to where if I were a parent, I would not leave my kids alone. So for those who say it's the parents' fault, as in they were being irresponsible, sure, I'll give you that. Yeah, pretty fucked up. Don't leave your kids alone in another country, especially Portugal. So close to the beach, riddled with pedophiles. Don't do that. Not a good idea. Probably didn't know. Still, not a good idea. Now, whether or not the parents were irresponsible, the past is the past. That does nothing to bring the daughter back. It does nothing to bring back Maddy. It does absolutely nothing to help find Maddy. When people implicate them in killing the little girl is where I have a problem. Okay? And they have gotten the worst punishment. The worst punishment of all. They'll never see their daughter again. Okay? Now, with the amount of people who I know are parents, I paid very close attention. Like, for example, if I have a friend with a kid, right? And let's say we're in the car together and we're going somewhere. And I've only had this happen once, and I'm not friends with this person anymore, by the way. And it was because of this. She wanted to go into, like, I don't remember if it was a Walmart or a Kmart or a Target, but she wanted to run in and grab something and run out. Her daughter was in a car seat. Okay. And the car seat was very complicated. It took us like 20 minutes to get it switched out into her car for the day. I said, I'll just sit here with the kid. You know, I'll watch the kid. She said, no, I want you to come in with me because I don't want to carry this thing out. It was like, I don't remember what we were picking up. It was like a couch or a cabinet or something. It was like a piece of furniture. So she needed help. And I was like, one of the workers will help you. And once you get out here, I'll help you get it into the car. And she said, no, come with me. So naturally, when I get out of the car, I open the back door, right? And I go to pull the little one out of the car seat. And she said, no, leave her. And I'm like, well, how are we going to go? We can't drive in. She said, I'll leave the AC on. My door's locked on the outside. It's fine. I said, no, we're not doing that. And she got so fucking pissed. She said, I do this all the time. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying so hard not to say her name right now. This was a long time ago, but I'm trying so hard not to say her name. What the fuck are you talking about? No, we're not. You do this all the time? When? And she told me, she said, if I go in to buy cigarettes, if I go in to get a soda, if I stop to get gas, you can lock the doors and you can leave the AC on and it's 5 minutes in and out. To be fair to her, she was literally picking something up at the front customer service part and just supposed to bring it out. But either way, no, we're not leaving that kid out of our sight for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes, for any minutes. Okay. She said there's no difference between me leaving her in the backyard to go inside and go pee and me leaving her in this locked air-conditioned car. In fact, the locked air-conditioned car is better. I said, there is a difference. Someone can steal your car and take your child. You know, they can't take your yard. So this is a problem for me. Your friend did that with her kid and yours. Look, I don't know why, but I get goosebumps when I'm mad. I'm getting goosebumps from anger just thinking about it. When I tell you we got into a knockdown, drag out fight, I was about to punch that bitch. She was about to lunge at me. Like she was doing this shit, getting in my face. And I was like, fuck no. And she was even more pissed because I got back into the car and refused to leave it. Because I was scared she would leave me there and then go leave her kid in the car again. Like I just didn't want to put up with it. At a certain point, I did threaten. Like, if you do that, I will call the police on you. Like, I was being that bitch because I was pissed. You can't do that. And also, like, I don't want to be the friend who could have done something and didn't should someone kidnap her kid. Exactly. Break the window, take the car, take the baby. The amount of stories that you see on the news where people steal a car and then realize there's a kid in the back. You don't want to risk it. I don't give a fuck where we are. I don't care if we're in an embassy in another country, if we're in this country, if we're in the safest part of San Antonio or Austin. I don't care where we are. You never fucking do that. And also, what if today is the day that your AC decides to break and now you got a hot car with a baby in it? You think I'm going to be the friend standing by you through that? Fuck no. So I got pissed off. I said, no, we're not doing that. We'll just wait. Why don't we wait until your husband gets off work? Leave the kid with him and then we'll come back and get this, or send him to fucking do it, or have it delivered. Why are we doing this right now? And all I remember after that was yelling, and then we drove back home without the thing. That's why I don't remember what the thing is. I don't know. Because it was just a lot of yelling. And we got home and she has never talked. She could not believe it. She was like, I cannot believe you fucking wasted my time. You said you'd help me with this. Yeah, but we're not going to leave a fucking kid in the car. She's a baby. No fucking way. With that said, when I look at the Madeleine McCann case, part of me does wonder, because this was after Madeleine McCann, but this was before I was well versed in the case, but I did know a lot about it. I knew that they left this kid alone. And part of me wonders, is it stories like that made me that day say, fuck no? You know what I mean? We're not leaving this kid alone at all. I mean, I have a hard enough time hearing that my nieces and nephews, if they go to daycare, you know what I mean? I can't imagine just leaving your fucking cat. I don't even leave Mookie's alone in the house half the time. He comes with me everywhere. And if he can't go inside, I won't leave him in the car. I just don't. I can't. If I am standing outside the car and he is within my sight, maybe, but even then, I can't. So, I would never, and also would have to have the AC on 100%, have to have him in my sight the entire time. It would have to be a second. So me and this bad bitch, we are not friends anymore. We literally quit talking to me after that day, and good. I never asked why. I don't want to be her friend. But I'll tell you this much, the amount of times other people who used to work with her and me have told me since that they're also not friends with her because of things like that. This is why people call CPS on people. This is why. It's not safe. It's just not safe. And I do wonder if it's because of stories like Madeleine McCann and us growing up hearing stuff like that make us go, we're not even going to risk it. Did this shit happen to these little girls and boys? All these kids who get kidnapped, did that happening influence future judgment of people who might have considered, they're going to be fine? In a way, I do think that Maddy being gone changed the way a lot of parents would parent. Because to be fair, when we were very little, playing in the yard, totally fine. Then a kid gets kidnapped. Now it's not fine anymore, right? When we were little, Halloween candy, which we have an episode coming up. We're going to talk about where the Halloween candy thing came from. Happened because of a case in Houston involving cyanide and pixie sticks. So I do wonder if a lot of the things that happened growing up, baby Jessica falling in a well, is that why parents watch their kids so closely, even when they're outside in a fenced in 3-acre area where there's not a neighbor in sight? It feels like under any circumstance, your kid can get taken or took, if you will. And I wonder if situations like that, where we have to make judgment calls about, is this safe for this child? Are they impacted or influenced by a lot of the crime news that we saw growing up, be it Halloween trick-or-treating, leaving your kid in the car for fuck's sake, locking the kid outside to go play? That was a big thing, dude. I had some babysitters who were like, bye, bitch. And they just left. It's like, what the fuck? Madeleine McCann's case, Adam Walsh. Oh my God. The reason that we have John Walsh in America's Most Wanted is because of his son. It was in the mall, right? And then there was that video of the person walking away with the little kid. It's fucking terrifying, dude. Free range parenting was a big thing, and they tried to bring it back, and they did a whole ABC special on it. No, don't bring it back. It was a terrible idea. Now we got all these missing fucking kids. It was a Sears, right? Oh, back when they had popcorn. So, with that said, there's a renewed search for Madeleine McCann. Now, one of the things that I've always maintained about Madeleine McCann's case, hold on, let me pull this up for you real quick, is that I know where I stand on it, at least. I know where I stand on it. Where I stand on it is, yes, the parents were fucking irresponsible and stupid for what they did. But, did they kill her? Was it purposeful? Absolutely not. And I feel for them for that. I absolutely feel for them. Because again, it was a different time. It was on the cusp of will they, won't they, as far as leave your kids to free roam or not. It was a weird time. And also different cultures are different. I'm speaking from an American point of view. Okay. So they're in Praia de Luz and they're at a tapas bar. They can see their balcony from the tapas bar of the place they're staying. There's a little road that goes around it. And these are like pebble cobblestone looking back then. Now it's paved and it's nice, but it still looks the exact same. But now you notice the windows for the bottom floor have bars over them, which they didn't before. And then you look at all the other windows in this complex, this what do you call it, that they were staying at, this resort, and all the other bottom floor windows don't have them, but these do. Found it very interesting. They're like, oh, we're gonna fix this so that it doesn't happen again for this one fucking room. Crazy. So a man a few years ago came out named Christian Brueckner, and he's a German guy. Came out as one of the lead suspects. Why? Because he had been hanging out with a drifter. And there were a lot of drifters in Praia de Luz at the time. A lot. And if you look at the amount of crimes that they had that were drifter-based, traveler-based, resort tourist-based, it was a lot. It was a cheap and easy place to live because there's a lot of land. It's very isolated, very dense on the outside of this resort area, and it leads to a beautiful beach. They weren't gay drifters, but I'm glad you asked that because it's Pride Month. Thank you, Biddy. It's a lot of extreme vegetation for the area. They did searches along the beach. They did searches all around. Now, what's fascinating is there's a man named Christian Brueckner who lived there in a little cottage that he was renting. He ends up getting busted multiple times over because A, he raped, beat, and tortured one of his girlfriends and one of his ex-girlfriends. B, he raped and tried to kill an old lady, like an over 70-year-old lady, in a very brutal way. And we're not going to go into details, but it is one of the most disturbing accounts I have ever read. I mean, I read one on Judy Records the other day that was probably one of the other most fucked up things I've ever read, involving a little girl in Brooklyn from the 80s. And that disturbed me so much. This little girl goes and knocks on an apartment of her friend, and The brother answers with 2 of his friends, and they did horrible things to that child who was able to get away. I think one of the only things worse than that I have read just documents, not seen any photos of. No crime scene footage, no evidence, just the accounting of what happened, the recounting of what happened. Probably the worst I've seen is the situation with Brueckner and this old lady. Fucking disgusting. So disturbing, the things he did to her. Polyclass was awful. Actually, Polyclass was the first case that the Heidi Search Center traveled to work from here in San Antonio, and it was when Heidi was still missing. So, yeah, that was fucked up too. Or no, they had found her body, but they didn't know anything. They never solved it, but it was like when it was still a situation like, you know, it was very fresh. Let's just say that. They were still doing searches, if you will, on the ground. But Polyclass was really fucked up. Yeah. So the Christian Brueckner case, what's disturbing about this, the drifter that he was with and one of the other people that he hung out with, they were drunks, they were drug addicts, they were down on their luck. One of them had a family and he lost everything. And he was about to lose his family because he had no money. And I'm not saying this to feel bad for him. This is just a situation he was in. He was a piece of shit. He put himself in this situation. But Brueckner had money. And Brueckner had spent his life as a career criminal. And he didn't care. He stole, he raped, he pillaged. He really didn't give a fuck. And him and this drifter and this other guy are all hanging out. And he's like, I can get you some money. And he talks about how he needs to procure a girl and he needs help. And he does it while they're drunk. And I think they were playing poker or something. I don't remember. They're playing some card games. And this guy's like, didn't think he was serious, he said. But then when he realized he was, he claims he had to make a decision. You know, it was enough money. Do I save my family and bring myself out of debt and risk helping this psycho? Or do I turn him in? In the end, I believe he chose both. What an idiot. Another guy hanging out with them, I believe, also chose to turn him in too late, too little too late. But Brueckner denies all of this, even though there's those 2 witnesses. And there was always said to be a third guy, like a third guy who tried to tell the police. And I tried a couple of years ago to track down, like, who is this guy? Where is this rumor coming from? And I found a couple of things, but I was like, this isn't what I read on Reddit. This isn't what people from the area were saying on the internet. So I end up, while I'm watching these updates for Maddy McCann, the guy pops up. And it's this exact guy that somebody had once said, and I thought, that's not the same story. But then when I watched him now, it is the same story. So I don't know what happened there, but it's the same guy. And he's the third guy who's been yelling about how the police need to do something. And he was friends with one of the drifters. And I'm like, that's the guy I remember reading about. And he goes and he talks about Christian Brueckner, the agreement he had with this drifter, what this man was told, what he's been screaming at police in Praia del Luge, and how they are not searching the right area because they started searching again all these years later. People are saying, why? Why are they searching Brueckner's area all these years later? Well, first of all, the area they're searching now is not exactly where Brueckner lived at the time. Where he molested the old lady is where he lived at the time. And that is on the other side in a series of houses that's very close to Praia del Luge, or to that complex. Then he moved again and he came back. So he had been there more than once and lived in different places. So they're searching one of these places where they say that there is some sort of evidence possibly. Meanwhile, the place that he did live, I believe, is the same place where he raped and tried to kill this old woman, has yet to be searched as thoroughly. And this guy's on the news going, fucking search it. And of course they found nothing this time around, But a lot of people are saying, why does anyone believe Brueckner? Especially the people who want to blame the parents. And I'm not talking about for negligence, saying the parents did it, which impossible. No, they didn't. You're fucking stupid if you think that. A lot of people are saying, but why Brueckner? Why are we believing him? Why won't the German police share this evidence? Well, the German police have a very high burden on their hands. And what do I mean by that? Not me in their car. Hi. No. I'm saying it takes a bit more to convict there, from what we're traditionally used to. They've claimed that there is evidence that he had something to do with Maddy. So the best that I could find when I was looking into it was from one of the investigators who, and I believe we watched this interview in the past, he looks like he's in tears the whole time. And he insinuates essentially that Christian Brueckner, one thing we do know for sure is his home, the one in Germany, he has this land and it's surrounding this really shitty, dilapidated structure. And there's a couple of them on the land, on the property. And in these shitty rock, half broken down, dilapidated structures, there's all kinds of shit strewn about. Think of like a squatter house, but like it's out in the open. And you see like little cases, boxes, like old shit, like an old stove, stuff like that. But buried in these holes and buried in these spots randomly are like little boxes that look like tackle boxes almost, and ammo boxes, shit like that. And the treasure trove of child porn and CSAM and USBs with this shit and photos, pictures of children being abused, being harmed, or insane, like a lot. I'm not going to say rumor has it. I'm going to just say it because I'm tired of seeing people say this is a rumor when it is one of the underlying reasons Christian got convicted in Germany to begin with. On those USBs are pictures of children. Very horrific pictures. And it's not that they have insinuated, they have flat out stated there is evidence of Madeleine in those. Specifically, a USB flash drive and a potential old email that is separate of that to one of the drifters, if I remember correctly, involving the plans prior to her getting kidnapped and after. So they have this email that supposedly proves he took Madeleine, and they have a USB supposedly that has photos that they believe are Madeleine. And they have yet to say confidently that this is something we can use to convict him for Madeleine, because even if they do find her, they have to link him to her. So they have the link and no body. And that is a problem there. With that said, they have now begun a new search again in some of the same places and extended beyond that they did before of where Brueckner once was, because by, I believe, September or maybe even after, but within the year, Brueckner is going to be released. This is a man who molested and attempted to kill multiple women, the elderly, children, and did take part in molesting and CSAM and distributing child porn. So again, not enough, apparently. So they've started looking for her again. And in the middle of this broadcast, up pops homeboy from back in the day who's like, why won't they listen to me? And I was glued. I watched this like 3 fucking times already. I'm going to show it to you, and then I'll show you some of the old footage. But I want to show you this first, because this is what happened just in the middle of a news broadcast today. And it blows my mind. And I just hope they take this shit fucking seriously. And I don't care if this guy, oops, sorry. I don't care if this guy sounds crazy or not to anybody. I believe him. This has been the third or fourth time he's made it known publicly, either through the internet or, reported by newspapers. And this is the first time I've seen him talking. I saw a picture, like a clip of him, and been like, that's the guy. Where can we find interviews with him? So check this out. Let me know what you think. I want them to listen to him because I do think this could lead somewhere. Just my opinion. I want to know what you think. Check this out.
The royal rift has hit a new low, with Harry and Meghan now accusing the king of deliberately blocking their kids' passport applications. Also, Meghan's released a really weird video today.
They do rag on Meghan Markle a bit at the beginning, but just ignore that. That's just I don't know what the fuck their problem is.
I'll show you that. But first, today marks the second day of a new police search for Madeleine McCann. German and Portuguese police forces scoured a derelict barn in a race against time to gather evidence. The prime suspect in the case, Christian Brueckner, is due to be released later this year after serving a 7-year sentence.
Second, because also very Team Meghan, very Team Meghan. So you guys probably might have seen there was a little girl or an adult woman who has extreme mental illness who came out and said, I'm Madeleine McCann. And the way she proved it was because of her eye. Madeleine has a very, very rare situation with her eye, whereas you can see that little black part extends down on her right eye. It's left if you're looking at the picture. But from her perspective, it is her right eye. And she's got this little, see how it extends down there? I wish I could remember the name of this. But anyway, not a lot of people have that, right? So the girl came out on TikTok and was saying, hey, I am Madeleine, and here's all the things that happened to me. And yeah, that's what it's called. Sectoral heterochromia. There you go. So she's got sectoral heterochromia on her eye. It's something, again, it's not super fucking rare, but it's rare. Like it's something that like you would fucking notice, right? So this girl comes out on Twitter and she's like, I'm Madeleine. I have this thing with my eye too. I look like her. And I remember getting sold or something. And it's all about how it was. Yeah. Julia Wendel. That's her name. So they did the DNA. They did all the tests, not Madeleine. But here's the other thing. That girl has a very rich history. And I did go back and find her old screen names and all the shit about her. And she definitely has tried to make herself a part of a lot of very famous news stories in the past. So she is a con man. She has extreme mental illness. I have no doubt that she absolutely thought she was Madeleine McCann, but she also thought she was a lot of other people before that. That is part of the unfortunate side of mental illness, is there are people who just will not let that shit go. Also, welcome Lawleen. Welcome everybody. I'm getting raided, Mary B. I'm getting raided. I loved raiding you guys earlier. That was fun. We got ourselves in a bit of a Sally portal. So yeah, good to see you guys. Welcome from Danny's channel. So we're talking about Madeleine McCann right now. So when you look at her eye, she's a very unique, the heterochromia situation. That girl was not Madeleine McCann. I see some people on the internet will not let that go. Just let it go, dude. Let it go. It's not fucking her. Okay. Christian Brueckner had quite a bit of evidence showing that not only was he in that exact place, he has multiple people who have come forward and said he tried to pay me to help. One person said I did help, and they faced fucking legal repercussions for it. In order to do that, there has to be proof. So obviously there is proof that he got help from someone to cover up a crime that they say there is no proof for. So I find that absurd. Simultaneously, the German police, Scotland Yard, and fucking Praia de Luz, all the police and all these different places, they're all fighting with each other, which we've seen before in various Texas cases among the FBI and the OSCI and the OSI and fucking Texas Ranger. Like, this shit happens all the time. Multi-jurisdictional situations can be tough. But in this case, this has been over a decade of these agencies, the top of the top, fighting with each other. And it is absurd that we have a guy who has admittedly lived there and at the time did so many horrible things to so many people, has multiple people who came forward who would only get harmed, who would only face legal repercussions if they narked on him, and they chose to do that anyway. And they faced the legal repercussions, and yet still, for some reason, we can't charge him. It makes make fucking sense to me. So let's go ahead and watch this. I'm sorry you have to suffer through their racist anti-Meghan rhetoric. I don't get it. Just let the girl fucking dance. Meghan did a dance when she was pregnant and all of Britain is offended. I don't get it. All my Brits and EU people in the chat, can someone explain to me why everybody's so fucking obsessed with a black girl being related to royalty? What's the problem? She's beautiful. She's wonderful. She's a star already. It is racism, right? At this point, can we just admit, are they trying to Diana her? What is going on here? Blows my fucking mind. Anyway, keep watching this.
For raping an American tourist in Portugal. Now, police fear that he'll just leg it if they can't charge him with something else in time. But we are joined now from...
Also, I do take... Ooh, I got to stop pausing it because I'm going to get mad. I do take umbrage with that. Fuck that guy, that news guy. He didn't just rape an American tourist. He beat an elderly woman damn near to death and then put things inside of her. He did, and he did that shit to an American tourist. And he tortured his ex-girlfriend and beat her half to death. So enough with this minimization of what this man did.
Year sentence for raping an American tourist in Portugal. Now, police fear that he'll just leg it if they can't charge him with something else in time. But we are joined now from Portugal by our very own GB News national reporter, Charlie Peters, who's not only just been following this, but also has, or frankly, an astonishing exclusive to bring to us. So, Charlie, I'll throw it over to you.
Well, good evening, Patrick. You join me in Praia de Luz. This is the resort town where Madeleine McCann went missing 18 years ago. But a few miles to the east earlier today, we were watching as German and Portuguese authorities were conducting that second day of searches. They did deploy an excavator, a JCB digger, and also a geoscanner to assess the ground, looking around those dilapidated buildings where the prime suspect, Christian Brueckner, is said to have a connection and where potentially that key forensic evidence could be to finally link him, their prime suspect, to the disappearance and murder of Madeleine McCann. But it's as we were leaving that search area in Italia, a couple miles away from here, that we spoke to a man who came up to us and he wanted to speak to GB News, called Ken Rouse, who was saying that the German and Portuguese authorities were in completely...
Okay, here we go. This is the big part. I want you to pay attention. Ken. This is the guy, because I remember thinking, no, that's not the guy's name whenever I would look for stuff. I'm like, I guess it's something. I remember thinking it was something more. I know this sounds terrible. It's something more American, but it's because Ken and Barbie. Come the fuck on. That's why I thought that. But this guy, pay attention to him. People called him crazy. I don't think he's fucking crazy. I think he's telling the truth because his story never fucking changed. It disappeared for over a decade because he was tired of people not fucking listening to him. But pay attention. This guy, he's no conspirator, okay? He doesn't want to be a part of this. He's very upset. And I don't blame him.
The wrong area because he had met with that suspect, Christian Brueckner, and a potential alleged accomplice 1 week before Maddy went missing. Here's what he said to us earlier today.
He introduced me to Christian, told me it was his best friend. And we invited him, come and have a drink with me and his accomplice, because I was friendly with his accomplice, who we took food to help him and his...
By the way, last time I interrupted, then I'm going to let him talk. The thing that I heard in the past was that this guy is one of those dudes. You know how there's dudes that go out and they help stray dogs and shit? I'm always fucking retweeting them on Twitter. You might have seen them, right? There are people out there who care quite a bit about the homeless, and they are compassionate, good people. and they try to help people. And there are other people who do that with like families who are going through trouble. In California, there's a whole company that, or an organization that works for people who, it essentially works to connect people who are into philanthropy with families that are on the brink of homelessness, right? And the idea is that you're just helping them get back on their feet to keep them from going homeless. So it's almost like instead of sponsoring a child who is hungry in another third world country, these are people who sponsor families to try to help them, right? So this guy, from what I'm to understand and what I recall from the past, was a guy who knew the area really well, knew quite a few of the different resources in the area. And he was very concerned with people who would come and drift, casual gay drifting. Remember, we talked about that. Not really, but you know what I mean? Like drifters, like people who would come through, and the ones who were down on their luck. And in particular, sometimes families would come stay in like, I guess they call them caravans, but they're really like trailers and stuff. They'd come and they'd stay, and they would have a hard time adapting because it is a tourist culture. It's like trying to move to fucking Hawaii and it doesn't work out. And you go, well, why? Because you have to adapt to the tourist culture. If you're not a part of the industry, then get the fuck out. Like, that's just how it is in that one particular place in Honolulu. Like, you're probably not going to find a job there that isn't tourist industry related. So this guy apparently would just kind of hang out with everyone in the community. And he met this dude, and this dude had a family and was down on his luck. And he hung out with that dude, trying to keep him from, I don't know, I guess not being an alcoholic and fucking everything up for his family. And that's how he met Brueckner. Now, a lot of people used to give him hell, like, oh, you invited that pedo out. Like, he didn't know at the time. So chill. But when he found out, he tried to tell and no one listened. So just keep that in mind while you're watching him talk, okay? All right, now I'm going to shut the fuck up. Here we go.
Maddy went missing. Here's what he said to us earlier today.
He introduced me to Christian, told me it was his best friend. And we invited him, come and have a drink with me and his accomplice, because I was friendly with his accomplice, who we took food to help him and his children. And then he started to cry and confess that he was going to get involved with Brueckner to take a child from Praia da Luz, which I just thought was, you know, crazy to hear that. And he told me he'd done all the planning, Christian knew what he was doing, and I just said, you want to stay away from these people. Stay the hell out. And he cried that he needed the money to get out of this country with his children and his family. And that's why he was getting involved with Brueckner to steal a child. So Brueckner was coming out with his cronies, and they was going to stay at a property and a house in a speech. Now that property is the last place where Brueckner stayed, because the person who owned the house went back to Germany, so he was left on his own there with the...
Pausing it. That property where he stayed, it's like a white house, if I remember correctly, and it's got a very unique feature on it. I need to find it again because I need to look at it again. I believe it was like it was a white house, maybe a yellow or bright blue door. It was very Art Deco, very almost IKEA-like. It also had quite a few other houses around it. But it was also closer to the beach. It was closer to a wooded area. Now, as much as I don't agree with the woman who thinks the parents had something to do with it, the other creator, I'm not going to name her name because I like her, I respect her. I don't agree with her at all in Madeleine McCann's case. However, as a profiler, she did point out there's the west side and there's the east side of the trees and the beach and the resort. And they have spent all these years searching the side they are searching today. And they need to be on the other side, which is exactly what this guy is saying. Why? Because that is where Brueckner was staying that time. They are searching a later time and a prior, because again, he moved around a lot. I agree with that. I think she's right there. And I think he's right too. In fact, I know he's right. This is where the guy fucking was. Go there. This makes no sense to me why they're not listening to him. It's like they're shooting themselves in the foot, and I don't get why. Anyway, back to him.
Now, that property is the last place, who I was camping with. And the bottom line is that's where they need to be searching for over.
Oops, I'm going to go back a little. There's nodes. And also, isn't that interesting? The person who owned the place went back to Germany. That's where Christian's from. The person who owned the house spoke German. So German tourists loved staying there because they could communicate with the landlord. How fantastic is that?
Now, that property is the last place where Brueckner stayed, because the person who owned the house went back to Germany, so he was left on his own there with the accomplice who I was camping with. And the bottom line is that's where they need to be searching. For over 18 years, I've pressed the police, I've told them, and all they can do is blame one another for not passing this information on. So that's why I've turned up today, because I am sick to death of it going in one ear and out the other. I'm sick to death of the Portuguese saying the English have not sent us any information, and I'm sick to death of Scotland Yard lying to me.
Now, Ken Ralphs actually became quite emotional as he shared that compelling testimony of his interaction with Christian Brueckner and this alleged accomplice from the week before Madeleine McCann went missing. One of the questions I asked him was, well, why didn't you report what you were told at the time? And he said, well, Algarve in 2007, southern Portugal was full of drifters like Christian Brueckner and many others who said wild things when they were drunk, when they were potentially a bit emotional, potentially under the influence. And he said that in this area, so much crime is reported that to report a pre-crime just wouldn't be worthwhile. But it was an emotional interview, very compelling testimony, especially with recent revelations that have come out about this lone German suspect in this case. And questions to ask for the police here, both in Germany, in Portugal, but also the Met, who did not respond to our request for comment on this issue.
Okay. So one thing that I do want to point out, also, what the fuck, Claudia, really? Oh my God. Was he alive? Holy shit. I'd love to talk to you about that. That's very, wow. Holy shit. Since 76 or 77? So 50 years? Damn. Yeah, I agree. I think they are more likely to spill the truth. Now, here's the thing. He does point out you can't report a pre-crime. Okay, fair enough. One thing that I am a little pissed at is oops, let me fix that. They edited out the rest of his interview, and I would have loved to see it, because the reason I've always remembered that guy and been looking for when are they going to talk to that guy again is because he did report it, and I wish they would have let him talk, because he probably said that. He reported it after. And no one fucking listened to him. And that's a problem. He reported it right after. Reporting it before, yeah, there were a ton of crimes there. And they wouldn't have taken him seriously because they didn't even take him seriously when the crime had happened. This man traveled all the way to that area just to tell them again, and no one listened. I'm going to find as much as I can from Ken to show you guys from the past. That's going to be my goal this week, is to dig through and find more of the older Madeleine McCann stuff. Once this wraps up, you're going to see some of it. But I'm just showing you kind of some of the basics this time. We're going to go back and we're going to look at Charles Brueckner's crimes from when he was there and in Germany throughout the next week or two. And let's listen to him one more time. This is such an important interview. The fact that he's there and he's telling them, I've been saying this shit. And when I say he was camping, remember Brueckner is like he's a drifter, right? But he also rented places. He had money. Now, how did he get that money? Remember what he distributed and why he's in prison. This guy was doing this in the mid and early 2000s. Okay. So he was one of those early guys. Remember Sully? If you guys don't know, be careful looking that one up. The guy with the red room. This is that era of people. Okay. This is a disgusting, disturbing era of internet crimes. Simultaneously, if you've seen the documentary Thought Crimes from here in America, yes, it's American. It's not on par, legally speaking, with some of these issues, but a New York cop who goes up to pay someone to buy a kid to eat the kid and explains his plans, his desires, his intentions, meets with the mark, and because it was entrapment and a thought crime, gets off. That was actually, I want to say, John Mulaney's neighbor. Crazy, right? You can't be prosecuted for a thought crime in the US. So I start looking into Portugal. You know, what's the deal with Portugal? Turns out, hold on, let me adjust this. I'm still waiting on my equipment to come in. I had to order some of it from the manufacturer, and turns out it takes a bit longer. Portugal has a lot of weird legal loopholes as far as what's considered a crime and what's considered not a crime. For example, I mean, the best hypothetical I could give you off the top of my head is for example, in Texas, battery and assault are completely different than other places. In Texas, assault can be a threat. So if you threaten to harm someone, that's an assault charge. If you threaten to kill someone, that's an assault charge. If you say, I'm going to take this and do this with you and just hold the weapon, assault, right? Battery is when you touch the person. So you can say, oh yeah, I'll kill you, punk, and then push someone, and now you've got assault and battery charge. The standard for battery is much higher in other places. Like a lot higher. So in Texas, committing a battery versus an assault. Hold on. Come on, soundboard. You got this. Committing a battery instead of an assault is really the difference between touching and not touching. You can assault someone in Texas in a video game. If you're playing a video game and you make a threat to someone, that's assault. But if you do that in other places, it's nothing. Simultaneously, if you're being stalked in Texas and you want to press charges or put a a restraining order on them because they've threatened you, as a woman, you will get told that in order to get that protective order, they have to battery you. They have to batterize you, if you will. They have to have touched you. Oddly enough, it's easier to get someone charged with something basically through a veiled threat than to get a protective order. And that is a great question, Seorg Smith. I don't know, because it's San Antonio. San Antonio is a place where they tout, everybody, you don't have to conceal. I mean, Texas, you don't have to conceal your weapon. You can just have it out in the open. You can walk around a school like the guy did here in Austin with an AR-15, just holding it up in a threatening manner or having it at your side. You can just march around a school all day, and that's totally fine. Now, if somebody is threatening you and you pull out your weapon and show it to them, you will go to jail. So I don't know. I don't know why it is that way. That's just how it is. It is unbelievable, the threshold for crimes here. I would think that in a case this high profile, if someone came up to you and said, I was hanging out with the guy who you used to convict Christian Brueckner years later, and that guy told me they were planning to do this, and he was living over here at this time, and that's likely where the body is, I would listen and at least go check. But they have yet to do that. I find it very fascinating. I saw Fuzzy Lou up there said that most of the UK blames the parents. They hold them responsible. I said this earlier. As far as responsibility goes, do you mean like the parents should have been paying attention, watching her, not left her alone with the little brother in the bedroom? If so, I absolutely agree. But if you mean the parents killed her, no, that's crazy. How? Where? When? Why? What? Like any evidence of that, I would love to see. I would love to see. And yes, Misty, we were just talking about that girl, Misty. That girl is fucking crazy. That girl has claimed to be a lot of people. She has extreme mental illness. She's been in and out of institutions her whole life. She saw a TikTok trend and she jumped on that shit because she has the same eye marking and she doesn't want to believe that, her family is her family. Whoops. Fucking this thing is not working with me today. She doesn't want to believe her family is her family. She's doing that thing a lot of people do where they're like, let's hope they're not. And they are. And they did the DNA. It's not Madeleine. I don't understand why people still entertain that girl. Feels extremely irresponsible. I've seen a lot of conspiracy channels talk about her though and like bring her up, and it's no, she is mentally ill as fuck, dude. I'm not saying that to be rude. She just is. I mean, she's done this before with a lot of different people. Like, I'm this person, I'm that person. No, you're not, honey. That's why it's wild, because they did the DNA test. They proved it wasn't her. And then people still have her on with this conspiracy. And it's like, dude, she's not even the same age. Like, there's all these things that are different and wrong. Even the parents are like, no, that's not fucking Madeleine. Like, doesn't even look like her. Totally different people. For a minute there, people were saying, well, a nose job. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? You think they gave Madeleine a nose job just to keep a liability around? You're out of your fucking mind. Because that's what these kids are to these people. They're liabilities. That's why, 98% of kids who are kidnapped are killed within the first couple of hours. Yeah, I believe it. That's how they get big. That's how they all get big. A lot of them get big that way. Look at that one guy. What's his name? T something? He had David Solomon on, who claimed that Stephen Stearns raped him. The dude's older than Stearns. It's fucking wild. Anyway, let's watch this guy again, because I just want to dive this home, and then we're gonna look at some of the older things that they did to search for Madeleine, and then we're gonna move on.
I'm sick to death of the Portuguese saying the English have not sent us any information, and I'm sick to death of Scotland Yard lying to me.
Now, Ken Ralphs actually became quite emotional as he shared that compelling testimony of his interaction with Christian Brueckner and this alleged accomplice from the week before Madeleine McCann went missing. One of the questions I asked him was, well, why didn't you report what you were told at the time? And he said, well, Algarve in 2007, southern Portugal was full of drifters like Christian Brueckner and many others who said wild things when they were drunk, when they were potentially a bit emotional, potentially under the influence. And he said that in this area, so much crime is reported that to report a pre-crime just wouldn't be worthwhile. But it was an emotional interview, very compelling testimony, especially with recent revelations that have come out about this lone German suspect in this case. And questions to ask for the police here, both in Germany, in Portugal, but also the Met, who did not respond to our request for comment on this issue.
Well, that is all absolutely fascinating. I mean, I was glued to that there, Charlie. The idea that a bloke has just walked up and said he wants to talk, he's sick and tired of not being listened to about this.
Yeah, it's a pre-crime because it was a week before. So that guy talked to the drifter. They were camping out in the same area along the beach, and the guy was wasted and crying to him that he was going to help Christian with this shit, or that he already did. And then the guy's like, well, what the fuck? Don't do it. Try to talk him out of it. I believe Ken left before it all happened, comes back and is like, what? They did it? Oh no. Tells, nobody fucking listens. By then, the drifter had already been used by the police to help convict Brueckner and both the rape and attempted murder of this elderly woman, of a tourist from America, of his ex-girlfriend. Yet the threats to Madeleine in her life and what he was going to do, for some reason, they didn't take that seriously. Fucking insane, right? Also, I wanted to point out, so it's a pre-crime, essentially. I wanted to also point out that, dude, can't fucking stand Pierce Morgan, but let me tell you, I watched the shit out of that interview. That woman's nuts. That woman is nuts. And you know what I realized way later? This is crazy. You guys will love this. I did a festival with Baby Reindeer Guy once. I couldn't figure out. I watched the whole series. I was like, dude, this is incredible. Terrifying. Incredible. Especially like the fact that he did the same festival over there that Hugh Laurie got famous at. Robin Williams got famous. Like this is like this is the biggest comedy festival in the world. It's where street performers go to get super famous. Eddie Izzard. And then he ends up with this series about this stalking story. I believed every bit of it because I've seen some fucking wild stalkers at comedy shows. Not just like not mine, like other people. I've had 2 comedy stalkers, but I mean that's 16 years of doing comedy. I met people who were doing it like 3 years who had serious like I mean, I would say my stalker's pretty fucking serious. She made a website. She fucking harassed the shit out of me and the guy. But the guy was actually kind of funny. He wasn't a comic. It was just funny how he stalked. But I'm talking people who are like, I want to kill you and wear your skin. Like, I've seen people do that to male comics specifically, and it is so fucking crazy. One time I did a show where a male comic's ex-girlfriend from years before showed up and just started screaming at him during his set. Just screaming at him. And the shit she was screaming, it was like, girl, that is private. Stop doing that. I saw somebody show up to a comedy show of her ex's new girlfriend and just laughed maniacally at every joke, making it uncomfortable. So this female comic would tell a joke and this woman in the crowd would go, ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, that's good. Where'd you come up with that? Ah, ha, ha, ha. When no one else is laughing because she's just so crazy loud. So I'm watching that. And I'm like, this guy looks so familiar. The whole time I'm thinking that, but his accent, I would remember it, you know? And wildly I go, and when I go to look at his Facebook, because naturally I'm going to find who's the baby reindeer, who's the chick who stalked him. I wanted to see. Holy shit, we were on the same festival together. We were on the same show the same night. I believe I was opening for Mark Maron that night at that festival. And he was there. Like, I've seen him. I've stood in a room with him and looked at him. I just didn't hear him talk. This is fucking crazy. I'm like, that guy? I could have stalked him. That would have been so sick. Just kidding. But regardless, baby reindeer guy, dude, he went through hell. I 100% believe everything he said because people do be fucking crazy. Let me tell you that. Let's see if he says any more about this. I think they go into Meghan Markle stuff after this.
He says that the last place, that the prime suspect in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, the whole reason why you're there now, the whole reason why German police are there and the world's press are there, is that guy last stayed at a particular property, which is not that property, and he spoke to an alleged accomplice, really. So you've been to the Metropolitan Police, who and other police forces continue to sink, I think, vast sums of money into the continued search for Maddy, and what, they've not got back to you about it?
Well, they've acknowledged the concerns raised, but they didn't have anything to say. And as you say, the Operation Grange, the operation they have to look into the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, did receive an extra £108,000 last month. It has received millions of pounds since the operation launched. There were some questions as to why the Met weren't present for this renewed set of searches, the first in over 2 years. But it is a German-led operation. We're also being told yesterday that there wasn't that much interaction between the Portuguese and the German authorities. The question still remains, Patrick, is this an intelligence-led operation? Or is it, as you said before, when you referred to the fact that Christian Brueckner is set to be released in September, a sort of last roll of the dice, a do-or-die desperate attempt to grab some forensic evidence? Because the area they're searching, when we were walking around it today for the best part of 12 hours, it's 21 separate plots of land, and we saw that excavator, the JCB digger,
Can we
being
acknowledge
used
this real quick?
quite liberally.
Hold on, let me make this big again. Let's acknowledge this real quick. What on earth? I don't think I've seen masts on vans, but look at that. They've got, is that a camera? So they've got a 360 camera on this one. Like, That's actually pretty smart because a lot of the times when you're doing a search, whether it's for someone who's missing or murdered or whatever, there is a search party involved a lot of times, especially when it's volunteers. A lot of times, especially in missing kids cases, sometimes this is not the case, but a lot of times the person who did it will be involved in the search party. And when I tell you that has happened in a shitload of cases in Texas, I am not fucking with you. It has. That is pretty genius. I have not seen that on American shit. Why don't we have that? Why don't we have the search vans outfitted with these cameras? Fucking brilliant. Love that.
21 separate plots of land, and we saw that excavator, the JCB digger, being used quite liberally all over that shrubland, and the geo scanner being deployed in various different houses. Well, they'll be closing down on Friday, and I suppose we're all just hoping to find out what they might have discovered.
Yeah, look, Charlie, thank you very, very much. Charlie Peters there, who's over in Portugal for us and will be, I imagine, until this particular round of searches wraps up. Charlie Peters, thank you. That is just really quite surprising testimony from...
Thank you guys. Keep me humble, dude. I can't believe I still forget to unmute myself. What the fuck? I agree. I think this is one of the most talked about ones in history, one of the craziest too. And I would argue that Jean Bonnet is up there, but Jean Bonnet, they have the body. You know what I mean? All of the search and attention that goes towards her case is kept under wraps by the Colorado police, by the FBI, by the attorney general, specifically in the DA, the grand jury shit. Like, first of all, they cleared the family as a favor, according to some people, when in reality, there actually wasn't anything to convict them because there was no evidence that they did it. And they've had experts on both sides of the aisle come to opposite conclusions. And then you've simultaneously got the existence of a ton of pedophiles in that specific area, some who admitted to it and didn't do it. And there's no way they could have because they were alibied against their will. Some who likely could have done it, probably did, and said things later, making you think that they did, and then got busted for child porn and pedophilia, who just kind of get ignored or are considered conspiracies. And then you have a fellow who was so fucking obsessed with her, admitted to doing it, took it back, got deported, sent here. They did all the tests. Turns out he didn't do it, but he was fully on board. He could have done it, and he absolutely had evidence against him. However, they were able to prove he didn't. And he's the guy who everyone has said, oh, that guy fucking did it. Like, Jean Bonnet has too many suspects, and you have a body, and it's still in the news to this day. But Madeleine's, you have no body. You've got one suspect, a conspiracy theory against the parents, and that's it. And it stretches across so many jurisdictions, multinational. It's really surprising. It's really, really surprising that I wish they'd listen to Ken. I don't get why they can't at least all get on board. But why do you think it was her dad, though? How? Like, it's impossible. He was gone 5 minutes and back in the tapas bar. How would he do that without them finding the body? Because the police were on there as soon as the entire group got back, the police arrived. And they scanned the whole area. And they did foot search, grid search, like every kind of search that you could do all the way down to the beach. They had 2 witnesses, I believe, draw a sketch of a guy carrying a kid away. I mean, there's just so much. There's so much saying no, impossible for now. I think the parents were neglectful, totally. But as far as getting rid of a body in another country, you know what I mean? And also there was no motive whatsoever. He loved the shit out of that kid. And to top that, they helped fund and invest in her search. So, like, what evidence is there against the dad or the mom at all? Like, I have yet to see a single bit. There is none. So I can't get behind the parents at all doing it. I think the parents were neglectful as fuck and they fucked up. And fuck them for that. But there's no way I'm ever going to accuse them of killing their kid. There's no fucking way. Because I don't think they could have. Physically, I don't think they could have done it. I just don't. Now, the guy carrying her away being witnessed by multiple people and then the sketch matches what Brueckner was wearing that evening. That's another thing. There are multiple other people who described the plans in advance that came forward. And regardless, let's pretend for a second, right, that we were looking at the parents. How do we explain what was found on Brueckner's devices that connect to Madeleine? Pictorially and email-wise, as far as the plans in that night. Like, in that case, Brueckner would have also had to have had intentions and gotten video from the and they did a full analysis of all of the backgrounds on the parents. Digitally speaking, their phones, every record they have, there's no sign of them doing anything to Madeleine. So for me, I'm very concerned about this third party. Yeah, and that is true. That has to do a lot with the laws there too, and that's complicated. They actually have very similar laws to us in Texas about as far as genealogical banks being used. And that third-party DNA, apparently the search dogs, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing because apparently the search dogs well, I'll show you. It's gonna show you a little bit of who the search dogs are. We're gonna look at the background of them. But when you combine it with the area and the possibilities, it really makes me think that not only did she exit the window of the apartment, but I do wonder if the search dogs may have been picking up an ulterior scent. It makes me wonder if that guy had been there before. And if so, it could connect to the entire Brueckner thing because he had friends who worked at that resort, if that makes sense. So putting a second scent on items that could belong to a child, the person would have had to have been in there. And I do wonder if, I don't know, I just wonder if they could do a scent dog thing with Christian, even though it's been all this time, and with the drifter who tattled. I would love to see that. I want to know if there's a third-party scent in addition to the DNA. Very, very concerned about that. Also, it would be nice if they could, here's the thing, when they find CSAM and stuff, you're never really going to see that. You know what I mean? You're never going to see, they're never going to show you the picture of the child because it's a picture of a child. I don't want to see that. But it would be nice to get some confirmation, a little more about exactly maybe the exterior of the child in the photograph. So beyond the child, blur them out like they do with that Reddit so that you could see. So you could see the background of where she was. If it's on a beach, very concerned. If it's in a place that looks like the background they're searching, that makes sense. But we have to remember that this area looks a lot like all around it. It looks very similar. So they need to also be advancing the search to the other side, and I don't think they are. found anything yet that we know of. So this is 2 years ago when they were searching the same area. Again, they keep coming back to the same area, and it's like, why are we doing this?
Start thinking about what we need to do with him is he's obviously got the shot through.
You know what trips me out about this is A, it looks a lot like Lake Berryessa. B, when they were doing this search, the way they search outside of the EU, very different than in the US. Like, I think grid searching was maybe a new thing there. I don't know back then, but this is 2 years ago. I'm wondering why they're hitting on these specific areas, and I'm wondering why all the areas they search do look a lot the same. And I think it could be something to do with what was on whatever evidence they found with Christian, i.e. the background of a photo was maybe dark brown dirt. I don't know. Also, agreed, Tiff, but I think the plan was to take the child away because they found her DNA in the suitcase, which makes it look like they might have tried to close her in the suitcase first to literally take her, couldn't panic, and then garroted. That's what I think. But also at the same time, they showed some of the potential suspects that I personally think should be looked at recently. Some of their handwriting looks just like fucking Patsy's. In fact, they showed quite a bit of handwriting from people who were accused. What's his name? John Mark Carr, I think was his name. Hope I have that right. A couple of the handwritings from people who've been accused in the past and proven not to be, even the ones who confessed. And almost all their fucking handwriting, when done in that manner, looks a lot like hers. But I do think that whoever did it was in the house. They were in the house, maybe even at the Christmas party. Just personally think, because Russell Williams, that's what he fucking did. A lot of people did that back then. They waited in the house and they would just wait for the prime opportunity when the person is vulnerable. Before Kohberger's car was seen, I honestly thought in my head, I wonder if somebody stuck around during a party and like hid in the closet or something. But yeah, then they showed his car and it's like, oh, well, shit, that fucker did it. Okay. Just my opinion, though. I'm very interested in seeing some recent renderings of handwriting analysis from the experts, because handwriting analysis has changed dramatically since back then, as has DNA. I mean, DNA has come leaps and bounds since then. So I'm very interested in that. It is a massive house. Have you guys ever have you checked out the walkthroughs and stuff on it? Like the Zillow, all the different pictures of the inside of that house. That is the biggest house. Another thing that I noticed not a lot of people touch on with the JonBenet case, not to derail too much here, but I find it interesting. There was construction going on right outside the window of where she was found. There were construction workers there. And the type of boots are the type of boots that a hiker, an outdoorsman, or a construction worker would wear. There's construction going on right outside that area, right? You've got a window that is low to the ground. You even have to go lower than the ground to get in. You've got a suitcase that has evidence that JonBenet had been in the fucking suitcase, and then it's placed in front of the window to get out of, right? And simultaneously, it is a massive house, yes, but the area where she was found, the specific room, it was really off to the side in this little inlet. It was very dark, and it had a window above it and then one to the left, and there was like all this craft shit. I can 100% see them sweeping the house one time and missing it. I know that sounds crazy, but when you look at the layout and the angle, if it was dark, which it would have been early fucking morning, I need to see how dark it was when they discovered she was missing. Because if you look at the angle with the door open, I mean, the area of right where she would have been, I do wonder if it was easy to miss it just doing a quick scan. I also think the investigator, the lady who was the investigator on that case, I read her book. I've seen her interviews. That bitch is fucking crazy. She scares the shit out of me. I don't know that she should have ever been a detective. I will catch heat for that, but I'm sorry. If you read reports and shit from her prior work, not the best reputation. Not a very Cantony. Very Cantony. Very like, nope, nothing to see here. You know, it's, I mean, this is the type of lady who's like going off a gut feeling and refusing to look elsewhere. It's very Michael Proctor of her. Ma'am, don't trust your gut. You are a literal investigator. Don't trust your gut. Also, anyone who looks at John Ramsey of all people and is afraid is a stupid pussy. I could beat the shit out of that guy with my bare hands, and I have lost fights against gangs, and I will absolutely beat the shit out of that grown-ass man if I needed to. He is not threatening at all. He's not scary at all. To see her crying on fucking date, like, I looked into the face of pure evil. Bitch, shut up. I will fight you at a gas station and win. You are crazy. There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way that guy terrified you. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God, I've been more scared of Mr. Magoo comics. So these are the Madeleine McCann search dogs. These are the Madeleine McCann search dogs. Since I came out of my mother's minge gingy. No, except Nick Mondo. Damn right, he'll beat my ass, throw me off a cage. Doing true crime. You mean like on YouTube? Like 2 years on YouTube. But as far as like working on cases and stuff and, you know, working with police on specific casework, going to school for criminology and working hand in hand with a couple of detectives on 3 specific cases, over a decade. But YouTube presenting 2 years, 3 maybe. I don't even know. I have to go look. I think 2 years, 1 year with lives. Oh yes. I forgot. I started lives real late though. Melanie had to talk me into that. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like that. I fucking love it. I hate doing prearranged videos now. Although, by the way, and yes, you were Seorg Smith. You absolutely were Seorg. That's so funny. By the way, a new updated Jonathan Joss video is coming out tonight after this. I was able to add some stuff to it. I added some videos. I added an excerpt from him standing up at the what do you call it? ATX film thing where they're presenting the new King of the Hill stuff. I do think that, I'll say this much, Mike Judge is a good fucking dude. All the people who work on that show are good fucking dudes. Mike Judge was just here for Altercation Punk Comedy Festival. He is a nice motherfucker. He in no way, in my opinion, had anything to do with Joss dying or his struggle. He gave that man a lot of opportunities. Joss was struggling. There's only so much you could do. And you got to keep in mind, Mike Judge did not have a show for over a decade other than the brief stint of Beavis and Butthead on MTV. So to hold any of that against him, I think is absurd also. And check yourself, because absolutely no fucking way. Like, get out of here with that. A lot of people were saying, oh, he turned a gay man away during his time of need during Pride Month. No, he didn't. Johnny Hardwick died, and that was my friend, and I loved Johnny. And I'm telling you, that motherfucker, he had his struggles. He had plenty of struggles, and he could have been turned away at any time. And did Mike Judge do that? No, he accepted him with open arms, flaws included, going through a crisis. So to say that Mike Judge would ever turn away Joss in the same situation that Johnny was in, no, absolutely not. He would never do that. The problem is, and I did correct this on the new video, I made sure to correct it. When Joss stood up, right? and here's what I corrected. I said that he complained about not being on the show. He did, but he didn't do that part live. He did that on his Facebook. He would post on his Facebook all the time about his grievances. He was pissed off that he wasn't going to be a part of that panel, and he did write about it on his Facebook prior. He also indicated that he planned on crashing it. Okay. So he had complained there. When he got up and he stood up in front of everybody live, that was when he announced that his house was burned down, and he said it was because he was gay. Now, keep in mind, prior to that, he said it's because, what were his exact words? That he was a estúpido pendejo. He was saying, like, I was being stupid. I was barbecuing on my grill inside of the house, or I was using my grill to heat the house because San Antonio turned off his electric. And they did that specifically because he asked them to come out and fix a low-hanging power line, and they didn't fix it. So he tried to fix it themselves. And to punish him, they turned the power off. That is all true. However, at the same time, his story did change. His story changed. And is that because, like Karen Reed, he found out more shit later? I don't know. Maybe. So that's open. That's open-ended. That could have been because he found out more information, or it could have been because he decided that in his head. But either way, he has passed away now. So I just saw a lot of people judging my judge, and it really pissed me off because it's like, no, dude, he was, if anything, he was the savior of these people when they were in their roughest times. He did his best. But I did put an excerpt of that so that you could see it, so that I'm being fair. I also went ahead and put some of Joss's personal recordings that he made public of him barbecuing outside, him being funny, him talking on the bus, riding up to Austin on the Greyhound, thanking his management for getting him this deal at this Comic-Con, like comic store thing where it was like a meet and greet. And then I went ahead, I have a link to the Green Room show if you'd like to watch it, the one here in Austin that he did the night before. But I wanted to be respectful, so I just took excerpts out of some of them, just because, there's no need to put anything out there that's going to make people think like, oh, this means a lot more than it does. No, it doesn't. It's just a guy on his social media, but that's going to be put up tonight, and it doesn't have any of the live around it. I'm keeping the live up, obviously, but I just wanted there to be a one-stop video, just Jaw stuff without any other topics or subject matter around it. A, out of respect, and B, so that it has all the correct stuff added to it. I wanted to add some more to it so that you could get an idea of what was going on in those final days. So that's going to be up tonight. Right now, what are we looking at? These are the sniffer dogs, Eddie and Keela. I wish Galen was here right now. Fuck. I'd like to ask her about this. I'm going to email her tonight. We need to do an episode with her to talk about sniffer dogs and what they're capable of. And I want to get her in touch with Mitty. I think I already messaged her about you, Mitty. I don't know if I sent you back what she said. If not, tell me and I will send it to you, or I'll just resend it anyway. So this is Eddie and Keela, the search dogs who dealt in the Madeleine McCann search a long time ago. This is 16 years ago when they posted this video. So this is one of the oldest videos really on YouTube that I've seen in a while in relation to a true crime case. So very interesting. Here we go. She hasn't? Okay, maybe it was my bad. I need to forward you the info that she gave me to give you. They have not. They have not found her. They absolutely have not found her, and that's one of the issues. That's why they're out there looking right now, Gingy. They're out in Portugal right now looking because the guy who there's digital evidence that he might have had something to do with her disappearance. He's a very violent person. He's a pedophile. He's a sex offender. He is a rapist. He's about to be let out of prison in Germany, and he is the lead and only suspect thus far in the Madeleine McCann case that has still not been cleared, that has more evidence against him than anybody else, but they don't have a body. And he's being held in a German prison. And so you have to consider the multi-jurisdictional situation with that because, the crime was committed in Portugal. The family is not from Germany. And yet Scotland Yard is involved. German police are involved. Portuguese police are involved. That's the guy that people believe could have been the one carrying her away, is Christian Brueckner. He is the one in German prison that is about to get out in September because unless they find a body or a physical evidence connection to him, they can't hold him any longer. This is a guy who tried to beat an old woman to death while molesting her and inserted things inside of her. This is a guy who tortured his ex-girlfriend, carrying her across state lines, threatening to kill her. He was a very well-known drifter who became a very horrific pedophile, and he dealt with distribution of online pedophilia CSAM content for many years, much in the style of the Sully guy who ran Red Rooms. If you don't know about him, Australian guy, worst of the worst, look him up, but be very careful. You are going to see some very disturbing things. He's probably the only person on earth that I could say is absolutely, without a doubt, the worst out of all of them we have ever seen. Like, very, very bad. Forensic linguistics, I can pretty much emulate anyone's style of writing to a T. Is there a place for that in the world of solving cases? Shit, forgery, not solving, but doing. You could do crimes. In all seriousness, you should look into, I would just look into handwriting analysis. It's changed a lot over the years, especially because it can be replicated, but I think debunking analyses could be really important. Some people might not see it that way, but I see it that way. I think if you can prove that something can be replicated, then you have a really fantastic future. I wouldn't even say, you know what it would be forensically actually great? You know what you would be perfect at? Art heists. Look up art heists. People who can forensically replicate exact signatures will do well in financial white collar crime and art heists and anything that has to do with replicating painting. And the art world has some of the biggest and wildest fucking shit going on right now as far as frauds, scheming, and trying to identify fakes. Everything from purses to fucking a turtle lamp, going all the way back to the skin lamp from Hurricane Katrina, if you guys remember that. Forgery has a lot of different angles, but the art heist community, as far as like identifying frauds, and I would say books, rare books, I think that you would do great in that but here's the thing, it would be more of a defense angle. Really, because proving that something can be replicated easily can usually help the prosecution, but more so in the defense, perhaps of people who didn't do it. I would make yourself available to paralegals and lawyers who are defending heist criminals that you don't think did it. If you can replicate handwriting, you could probably get quite a few people off who maybe didn't do it. You're talking about testimony, ransom notes. Testimony, I'm not so sure. It would really be a lot of print stuff. Ransom notes, sure. If you can replicate a ransom note perfectly, you could definitely be used in the defense. But the problem is you would have to be working on behalf of a potential kidnapper. So, I'm not entirely... That's a tough one. I would encourage you to get into, I know this sounds crazy, but rare Mormon book crimes. I'll send you some data on that. Email me, Lori. I'll send you some data on that. You could probably make a good amount of money working for bookstores that are trying to hunt down really rare manuscripts and things that have been stolen, specifically among the Mormon community. I know that sounds crazy, but they are looking for people. Estate planning attorney. See, that's the thing, is testing the legitimacy. That is a good point. I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head how that would really work, though. Testing the legitimacy of something. If you can replicate it, then you can, technically that would be debunking, right? Shit. That's a tough one. I'd have to think about that one. Yes, Chinese art schools and French art schools. And also the entire Kostabi scandal. Look that up. Mark Kostabi. That would be incredible. It's a structure of how people speak and how people write. I know it's a tough one. Oh, I thought you were talking about writing specific, because when you say forensic linguistics, weren't you talking about writing? Hold on, specifically. Let me see. I need to see the question again. I got stuck on the analysis part with handwriting. I mean, really, if you're talking like speaking in language in general, I mean, shit, my biological dad, one of his jobs for a long time was to translate people who are getting arrested in the EU because he can speak a fuckload of languages. So reading their rights in different languages, like if a Polish guy gets arrested in Germany and the police don't speak Polish, my dad would be the one on the phone saying like, hey, you're under arrest. Here are all your fucking rights. Don't fuck up. Here's what this guy's saying, and reading their statements to the police. And that's all done through telephone translators a lot of the time. Oh, yeah, you said writing to a T. I mean, forensic linguistics, there's a ton, especially when it comes to, but again, that would be like, that'd be kind of hard. That'd be kind of tough because it would have to be with like I would think with a local department that's real small or a big federal one. Now, yeah, Kasabi had so many people working for him, it would be easy to forge him. Yeah, that was the entire job of the forger, is he would hire artists to replicate his art, and then a couple who would replicate his signature. But Andy Behrman hired one of those women and stole her from Kasabi to replicate portraits and his signature, or paintings and his signature, so that he could go to Japan and sell them illegally as genuine Kasabis. And that's what the book Electro Boy covers, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. But yeah, he had a literal factory. He wanted to be the next Andy Warhol. It's fascinating. Now, how to speak though, shit, you could just get into reading rights. Like reading rights to people in different languages, but also testing their tone. Especially if you, like, for example, if you can speak Cantonese, Japanese, if you can speak Mandarin, all the tonal shifts that come with Eastern languages determine not just the intent or the meaning, fucking mosquitoes, but it also determines the fucking word, like what word they're saying. So if you're into foreign language stuff like that, I would imagine that would be entirely useful, super useful to Interpol, in my opinion. I stayed at a resort years ago in Florida. I heard a child crying outside at 4:30 to 5 a.m. in the building, one over. The other left to make breakfast, and the kid wandered out. I prayed the mother would come out. Oh, there's a heartbreaking fucking, you know how they do the body cam videos where it's like all the body cam stuff from like an arrest or a bus? There's one where just this little kid is wandering around outside of a complex in Florida, and the neighbor calls the police and is like, the lady lives right there and her kid's been walking around. And the cops are carrying this kid around trying to find the mom forever. It is so heartbreaking. People leave their kids alone for the dumbest things. The dumbest. I think this one went to a club or something. I think she went to like a strip club. It's fucking crazy. I told the child who was in diapers, call the front desk. It sucks. People, yeah, I can't believe they still do that. It's so fucking horrible. It's so fucking horrible. Let me see. It's hard for most to do, but it's easy for me to do, like diagramming sentences come naturally. See, I could use you because a lot of the time I fuck shit up because I have a hard time reading, not the room, but like, I guess, tonal shifts and changes and shit like that. I don't always get it. If I can find a purpose for this silly skill, I want to use it. Yeah, email me. I do know somebody who actually could probably guide you more than me. But I think that there's absolutely a place for that. I'm not sure where, but it feels like there should be. At the same time, I'm at the same crossroads because I'm in a position where I have enough field hours. If I wanted to, like, I could legally become a private investigator in Texas right now, but I hold back on it. I've done all my hours. I've done all my schooling. I've gotten what I need to, but I still don't really want to because working with OSINT gives me a lot more freedom. Once you have that license, there are ethics clauses. There are all these things that don't go well with comedy. They don't. I would have to compromise that, which I'm not willing to at all. But at the same time, they also kind of tie your hands as far as you need to get someone to get warrants for certain things, whereas as a free private citizen, I can actually do more publicly. It actually limits the amount of OSINT that I can legally do if I were to become licensed. So I hold off on that. I'm still trying to find a benefit to that. It's what I always wanted. It's what I worked so hard for. And then when I found out the restrictions that come with it, I was like, well, fuck. But yeah, very interesting place to be. I feel very similar to you. Like, I know there's a place for this and I know it can help. But the problem is the red tape won't allow it to be the service I would like it to be, if that makes sense. I like how Sassy immediately makes sense. Good. Okay, let's watch these search dogs go at it. So some of you may be wondering, wait, this isn't the hotel room that Madeleine McCann was in. What are they doing? This is a controlled test. They're just kind of showing you this is how the dogs operate and this is how accurate they are. So this is like a controlled test. And yes, you can pet that dog, Danny. You can absolutely pet that dog. Can I pet that dog? Here we go. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a good girl. That's a good girl.
We screen the vehicles using the dog, and the only reaction we've had is to the car in the far corner. And what we have is a reaction from the dog over here, where his head's up in the air, and he's scenting the items that he's trained to find. And when we tie him down, he picks this guy from this door. The important thing to realise is that he's picking.
So I believe they're search and rescue, but what's interesting is that they also touched on blood they said blood in the hotel room of Madeleine McCann at one point, although I do wonder if that was misreported. But very fascinating stuff here that they're really on top of it. This is one of the reasons I need to talk to Galen, because I would like for her to explain there are big differences between what the dogs are searching for and what they're trained for. And I would imagine that it would be difficult to spread a dog thin in a way where you're making it a cadaver dog, a search and rescue dog, and a drug sniff dog. However, there are two people that I've met who have bomb sniffing dogs that work at the airport, and one dog is a cadaver dog and the other does like all kinds of different things. And I'm like, wow, there are multi-talented dogs out there. So I'd imagine for this one, I do believe it's search and rescue, but also potentially cadaver on account of the DNA. So very interesting stuff.
The scent that's coming out through the seal of the door.
See, I thought this too, Auntie Ree, because I thought Galen told us that. But I do know one person who has a bomb sniffing dog that can do multiple sniffies. I don't know how successful that dog is, and they could have been lying to me though. So I am fully ready to believe that they can only be one or the other. Now, I do wonder if what they found was possibly fresh blood from a live person. And I also do wonder if it was misrepresented by the media in that particular special on Madeleine McCann. Because if they're using a tracking dog to find someone who is passed, but that person or the dog is not meant for cadavers, I just don't understand how that would cross over. I don't understand how the sniffies would cross over at once. We shall see. And yes, I am streaming tomorrow. Okay. So Now they're taking them to Madeleine McCann to the apartment that they stayed at. Yes, this is true. And you know what's interesting, legally speaking anyway, you know what's interesting is the drug dogs here in Texas, they would say you can throw them off by putting your drugs in a food bag and crinkling it up and throwing it on the floor. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. Like, I feel like they're like, oh, it's considered a distraction, and then the lawyers could prove it wrong in court. And I'm like, yeah, but what about when the cops open it and there's drugs inside? So, like, the legality of it is what trips me out. It's like, yeah, but you could easily prove, regardless, even if they're sniffing something for another purpose, they could still look in it, right? And see, this is the part that always tripped me out, is she's hitting in the closet, right? So a lot of people are like, oh, Madeleine was killed and stuffed into the closet until later. No. Like, there's, come the fuck on here. However, I do wonder if there was perhaps a situation, because the people who said that they saw the guy carrying her out, that she was limp, and even in the pictures. And I do wonder if Brueckner may have, I don't know, suffocated her or done something right here. It's very interesting. It is a very, very good dog.
Okay, what we've done is we've deployed the enhanced victim recovery dog into the apartment, and by experience and the training of the dog, what I've first noticed is that as soon as I came in, that the dog's very excited, and as a handler I can pick up his body language, etc. And it would appear to me that as soon as he's come in the house, he's picked up a scent that he recognises. The second dog that we've seen work today is the crime scene dog, Keela. She will only indicate to me when she's found human blood. At this point over here, where the victim recovery dog was indicated, as you saw on the video, the crime scene dog was actually giving me what we call a passive indication, where she freezes in this spot here, which would indicate to me that there is some human blood there. She will find blood that's historically very old, and she will find anybody's blood, any human blood, which is important to make sure that everybody knows. The fact that there's other scientific methods being used may stop you recovering any DNA, but if you try, we'll see what happens. But she is very, very good, and when she indicates, there is always blood there.
God damn it, I was muted again. So he's talking about hitting on blood, right? Well, they tested the room And I don't know that there was any DNA found. So very, very interested in seeing what that's about. Simultaneously, they didn't seem to plant blood in the control car. So is this a dog that has multifunctional capabilities? I don't know. Very interesting. Again, I wish I could speak more on this. I am not an expert on this type of stuff. I did try to train my 6-year-old Boston Terrier to be a bone dog, and he just wants to chew on the bones. All right. So, and he's short snooted. We were told he's short snooted and he can't do that. I said, fuck you. And he really can't. He's very food driven. He will eat anything. So he will eat the bones. He will eat the cadaver. So we can't rely on the Mookies. If I had more experience with this, I would give you all the best answers, but I don't. I think Mitty knows way more than me. She actually has an interest in wanting to do this one day. And hers is pliable. Mine is not. Because, again, my dog tried to chew on everything we used. So there is snoot prejudice in my community. I apologize. Now, as far as I grew up with bird dogs, bloodhounds. So, oh no, Missy, I'm so sorry. On behalf of me and the Hoogan, I apologize for your loss. Do you want to see him? I'll go get him. I'll go get him so you can say hi to him. He'd like to tell you he's sorry for your loss. I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to go wake up the Mookies. I'm going to go wake him up, and I'm going to bring him in to say hi to everybody because it has been a minute. So I'll be right back. Here we go.
It just makes me sick. It really makes me sick. It's about Madeleine McCann here and this guy who they suspect of being linked to her death, but he had vile kidnap fantasies about children. A very small blonde girl I'm thinking about, I'm in paradise. You see, I don't care if he's guilty or innocent or not. I just want to go and beat his head in after reading that.
Hello, everybody. Lots to get to, but we begin with the new search for Madeleine McCann, that 3-year-old girl from Britain who became one of the most infamous cold cases in the world. But news that there is a brand new and massive search underway right now in Portugal, nearly 2 decades after McCann went missing, begs the question, why now?
Say hi to everybody. Say hello. Say, Mama picked me up like a baby. I want you to say hi to Misty. She just lost her Hoogan. Tell her you love her and that you're sorry. Give your condolences. Oh, just snorting. You want to snort? Okay. Hoogan would like to say thank you guys for helping him and all of us during the 3 floods of this month. You have bought him dog beds and he appreciates it very much. He is doing well. He's doing very well. His little hairless spots are currently clearing up. He is allergic to everything and mosquitoes. He's allergic to gray hues. He's allergic to injustice. Giving him little belly pats. He does have a Haggard spot. He did good boy. Show them your spot. Oh. Hello. You want to go down? I'm going to let him down. You want to give me a kiss? No, not in front of people? Okay. Smile and say bye. Say bye, everybody. He just wants to say he loves you. You want to go down, boo-boos? Oh, yes. I know. Come on. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Go on, walk. Ooh. Talk it like you walk it. Good boy. Good boy. He's going to go back into the bedroom. He's super pissed off. Oh, you want to go outside? I'm going to take him outside first. And then he's going to go back into the bedroom. And he's going to finish watching TNA wrestling, which is what he was doing. He was doing tea. He just went, which is his way of saying, hey, everybody, I just woke up now that mama put me down. He doesn't believe in PDA. Public or private displays of affection. Now, when he gets in bed, that's when he sits on his daddy's belly, aims his butt at me, and farts in my mouth and eyes. Which is why I'm always rubbing my eyes. So very, very cute. Very good boy. Doesn't take shit from no one, even his mama. Okay? He is a big snorter. He's like all the time. And he does believe in Joe Hendry so much. And he does get very spastic. He's like, okay, put me down now. Yeah, I'm trying to register him as everything. I've registered him as a snort offender in the neighborhood. His farts are his defense mechanism. He did something really funny the other day. I laid him down in bed because sometimes he's tired and he just falls asleep where he is, and you just have to pick him up and put him in bed. And if I don't tuck him in, he will roll on his back and go, and then he'll like do a wiggle until I do it. And once he's tightly tucked in, he's in a great place. At that point, he's like, okay, I'm good. And so I was tightly tucking him in, and he just kept making these like uncomfortable, like sounds, and I couldn't figure it out. And while he's annoyed, the TV's going on and off, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I was like, is he fire starter? Like, is he starting the TV with his mind? How is he doing this? And he's just making uncomfortable. And then finally, I roll his big ass over, and he was on top of both remotes. He was just not having it. So he was controlling the television. Here's what's hilarious. Right after I pick him up and roll him over, guess where the TV lands? Dog show. He knows what he wants. Now, today we watched Diving Dogs, which is a thing. On the pet channel, there is a competition. I think it was in Florida, where all these dogs jump and then they measure how far they jump into the water, like diving. And they do it. They throw a toy and then the dog jumps and then dives into the water and then they measure it, right? So we're watching all these setters and pointers and bird dogs and Catahoulas and just every fucking dog you could imagine do a fucking long dive. And all we could think was like, how fucking funny would it be? Like if we took Hugin to this. Like if I threw a toy into the water for Hugin to get, he would just lay down outside the pool. Or he'd go lay down on the top step in the pool. That would be it. There would be no diving. We want to see a weenie dog do it, though, because all those dogs were belly flopping. And I was like, there's one fucking weenie dog out there who's like, watch this. He just plops in. Oh, it was the cutest. If you get the opportunity to see dogs diving, it is the best. It really is. Okay, let's get back into this. And then I'm going to show you guys. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. We call him, he has many nicknames. He's Mookies, Mooks, Hoogs, the Hugin, Hulk Hugin. We have a lot of them. His real full legal name is Mikos de Gallo because he's a little baby chicken. So, with that said, he just went to the other room and then he poked his head out through the thing to look at me. And then he just went back in disgust. Like, I can't believe you fucking woke me up, you bitch. So I'm sorry, Hugin. He's so mad. We're going to watch a little bit. We're going to watch the, no, not you, Madeleine Vargas. We're going to watch the end of the search updates from today, what they said about the end of the search. And then we're going to watch something very special. It is like 20 something minutes long. I'm not going to pause it a lot because I just want you to see a real life queen. I want you to see a queen, a bae, a woman that we all should aspire to be. I hope she's my future. A friend of mine sent this to me and said, I found future you. And I watched it and I was like, I can only wish. But towards the end, you're going to see this woman with her own parents. And that's when I went, oh my God, it is future me. She has now some people might look at this and go, that's morbid. I couldn't do that. But in my opinion, she has one of the coolest jobs ever. A queen, a bae, a woman who's gay. I don't know if she's gay. That'd be cool because it's Pride Month. No, she's just like an older lady who has a fucking wild job. I'll give you a hint. She works in Houston. There is one of her. One and one only in all of Houston. and she's got the gabagool. She has firsthand access to some of the craziest shit you've ever seen. Aside from working in the props department at WWE, I can't think of a cooler job. Some people might find it not their ideal job, but to me, I can see myself doing what she does every single day for the rest of my life and being fine with it. If you're into categorizing the library Dewey Decimal shit and you want to combine it with true crime, holy fuck. Does this woman have the job for you? Here's the problem. There's only been 2 of her in like multiple decades. So the only way anyone's going to get her job is if she dies, and she's not giving it up anytime soon. And I want her to live forever because this woman fucking rules. It's a profile on her. No one ever did a profile on her, and I'm shocked. Someone should have. She's fascinating. She's hilarious. I love her personality. I've never seen a comment section on YouTube that got it and was so nice to someone, and just well-deserved comment section. So we're going to watch one more of these. Then I'm going to show you my future. I'm going to show you some of your future. I don't know. Maybe you guys want to do this thing. It's just a fascinating job. I always wondered who did it. And now we know. And the shit she talks about is unbelievable. JG Cruz, it's along that line. Imagine like, I don't want to give any more hints. I'll show you. We're just going to watch this short video real quick that talks about the end of the search. This was the last one that I could find that was an update for it. It was posted 13 hours ago. We're going to watch that, and then we're going to get into this amazing profile of this woman coming out of Houston. You're going to love it. Here we go.
Behind me, you can just make out the final moments of the searches here near Praia da Luz in Portugal of any trace for missing Madeleine McCann. Police have told me that they plan to have left by 5 o'clock on Thursday. You can just make out officers taking down cordons showing that the search really is coming to an end. There's somewhat of a deflated air about the search team because we're being told that they haven't found anything worth sending back to Germany for analysis. Officers today have concentrated on searches by foot. A group of about 30 officers have just walked through the scrubland here, checking bushes and grass for anything that may have been dropped, anything that could potentially help find a forensic link for the McCann case. Scuba gear has been seen on the back of a fire and rescue lorry, suggesting police may have gone as far as actually entering a well they've been checking in the hope of finding anything. Let's not.
Yes, this is still the wrong side. This is the east side. In fact, you could see it pretty well from here. Let me go back. I was going to show you this map later anyway. We will try to go look through that. I'm thinking tomorrow so that I can trace the route and record it so that it doesn't pause a lot. Because we still got nodes, y'all. So here's like all of, imagine this is, if you've been to Hawaii and it's Waikiki, basically they're searching over a diamond head if you're in Hawaii. Now over here, we're on the beach, right? And to the right, which would be the east, that's where they're searching. That's where one of his old residences is. The other one is over to the left, over to the fucking left, the opposite side, where they seem to refuse to search. And I don't know why, and they should.
Actually entering a well they've been checking in the hope of finding anything. Let's not forget.
Also, there are a ton of open wells over there, like a lot. And this is all the grassland, and they're over here searching here. There's so many wells. Even if you're looking from a satellite view, it's damn near impossible to just count the amount there are. So sure, the options are endless. Sure, that would be the ideal place. This guy's a fucking idiot. He fucks kids. He kidnaps people. He's been caught before doing all kinds of shit. Maybe let's not think of what's technically what a genius would do, and let's try to focus on what that guy would do. In my opinion, closer to his home because he's stupid.
We are really in a race against time to try and save this McCann case, with prime suspect Christian Brueckner due to be released as early as September the 17th. We're yet to hear from the German police on whether or not they have found anything worth taking back, but the word we're being given is nothing of note has been found.
Okay, so that's what's going on there. Are you guys ready for Bay? This is a real treat. My treat? I'm going to be showing you guys some stuff over the next couple of weeks, really. I'm thinking we'll do one a week. from KPRC. KPRC is a Houston affiliate, local news network there. They've started a series that reminds me of Seattle's series. Remember when we watched the Missing Persons out of Seattle series that I was kind of obsessed with? It's like missing in the Pacific Northwest. I've always wished that we had something more like that. We've got Bill Merriman Wants to Know in San Antonio. We've got the KVU Storm Defenders. We've got the Defenders. We're the people that go yell at your landlord in front of everyone. Like that shit. Cool. Love it. I want to see one that's focused on cold cases. They tried to do that here in Texas. There are maybe 2 channels that briefly had stuff like that here in Austin, and it's always the yogurt shop murders, which is great. Fine. Yes, we need to solve that. But they kind of usually stop there, and then it's months and months. KPRC decided, hey, let's start a whole series where we dive into the past, and we don't just talk about cold cases. We talk about like the history. We talk about the worst crimes, the craziest crimes. We talk about the ones that are unsolved. We show the inside, the outside, everything that has to do with crime and the community and how it's handled and what's open and what's not, what evidence is there. It's just a great parsing out of the history of crime in Houston. And I think that it's a good way to brace yourselves for a repetition of history, which is really scary. Yeah, totally. Turd, what happened? Turd, are you okay? I thought Turd was great. We were just talking. What's wrong with Turd? Turd, I call upon you. We love Turd. By the way, she did the theme song. You're okay, Turd? She did the theme song, you guys. I'll add banner for Turd, justice for Turd. Turd, is someone fucking with you? Because I will fuck them up. You just need to tell me and I will fuck them up. Who's fucking with you, Turd? You're okay? Turd? I'll fucking freak out. No one fucks with Turd. Do you understand? Anyone who fucks with Turd is going to get a shit stain on their face. You had words and it was a little messy. Oh, shit. Tahuji. Yada. Yep. Fuck them, dude. Fuck them. Fucking losers. I'm so sick of those bitches. God damn it. I'm glad they're out of our lives. Block them, Turd. Block them forever. Fuck them. But say your piece by all means. I stand by whatever. Oh, fuck Prince Lover. She could suck my dick. She was one of the biggest problems. Ugh. She's right up there with the Giardia crew, making our life hell. She's one of those psychos who fucking said horrible things about me and Turd because her favorite person on earth wanted to date a pedophile and we weren't into that. Ugh, gross. She's nasty. Oh, what is Prince Lover fucking with Danny? Well, if she tries to fuck up Danny, I'll go after her ass. Fuck her. I'm over her bullshit. Oh, she's so weird, dude. She's such an asshole. Yeah, hey, Prince Lover, if you're out there watching, get fucked, suck my dick, bitch. Better hope I don't see you on the street. Anyway, don't worry, Turd. We got you. It's not going on. They just bring it up all the time. We let it go. We blocked all of them. We tried to ignore it. They're still fucking doing it. It's fucking annoying. Fucking gross. All right. Don't worry, Turd. We'll protect you. We'll protect you. Prince Lover, eat my asshole. How about that? Eat it with a big fucking scoop of cereal, you stupid bitch. All right, moving on. We're going to watch this. Don't worry. Turd, focus on this. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. This is for you, Turd. This is justice for Turd. This is for Turd. I can't believe they're still evil. They're still so evil. These evil bitches. They never give up. They never give up. Oh, she didn't like the Giardia jokes? Maybe she shouldn't have been a twat. Covered in Giardia. How about that? Yeah, they're still going at it. They're still we're not a part of that. Fuck them. I'm over their bullshit. Their baby ass bullshit. Yeah, I blocked and I literally don't engage because I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. But if they try to comment my turd, I'll come on their turd. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this, lady. You're going to love this turd. This is for you. I got to take the banner down, though, because it'll pause it a lot. In fact, you know what? No, you know what? Before we do this, you know what we need? We need a cleansing of the turd. Turd, we're gonna cleanse you since you've been since they came at you again or whatever happened. We're gonna cleanse you from all their dirtiness. All right. We're gonna make sure that you're nice and okay. All right. Ready? Put your hands up to the sky. This is for you, Turd.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work. De todos los que no me quieren, tiquis, tracas, troquis. Juan Calamera, azúcar. Juan Calamera, azúcar. Hanta manjara, tiki, tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar. Los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
El perro se asustó. Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
So suck on that. And to all those bitches out there who wanted to make our lives hell, I'm much stronger than before. I don't cry anymore. I've stopped. I've decided to give it up. So guess what? Those bitches want to come back. They want to start some shit. You want to make fun of me in front of my friends? You want to talk shit and blame me for all of your problems? You want to be bullies? Well,
hey, Stacy. Do you want to go out sometime?
That's me when those bitches come at my turd. All right. I'm over here going, I thought you bitches had Mentos. And they didn't. And that's me. They want to come at my turd? I'll beat the shit out of them like the guy in the Mentos ad. Okay? Okay? Yeah, and no, it's not a misunderstanding. But you know what? Here's the thing, though. I have to be fair to all creators. It's not a creator's job to get involved in anybody's personal business and pick sides. Because I've had that happen with me. People are like, nah, fuck this bitch that's in your chat. And it's like, well, they've been nice to me. What do I do? You know, if I take sides for everybody who has a tiff, not fair, right? So I feel bad that Danny has to put up with that shit. But at the same time, they don't know what you went through. And they don't know what I went through. And they don't know what we went through, girl. So I'm telling you, you know, it's just a situation where it's like, just block her, dude. Just block her. Just fuck that. You don't have to make up with anybody, especially somebody who did the shit she did. And she was in the wrong and she can eat my snatch. And also, I have no idea how Uncle Frank is. I have no idea. I would ask Uncle Frank, though, for sure. She knows how she's doing. So I would ask her. But at the same time, yeah, no, that bitch comes in here, she's going to get a fucking handful. All right? They don't know. So I'm just saying, like, you know what? Let her be herself. Okay? Let her be herself. And then eventually other people will understand. Just let her live her life and be herself, and other people will get it. Okay? She's the fucking unwashed. Okay? Well, you're the unsullied. We cut our dicks off a long time ago. We have no emotions towards those bitches. Fuck that. Yeah, why would you be offended by Giardia? Probably because you have it. But you know what? That's fine. Because we don't put up with her. We don't put up with her. Other people might want to put up with her, or she might have done nothing. You know, she might have done nothing to them. So that's okay. It makes sense why they don't get it. But fuck it. You know what I mean? I would just block her. Not worth our fucking time at all. Fuck her. But you know who not to fuck? This lady, because she's bae and I love her. And I want you guys to see her. I feel like sometimes when you get a good present, you want to share it with your friends. So I was gifted the present of this video, and I want to show it to you guys because she's queen. Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Her son remained calm as the judge read the sentence, death by execution.
Josue Flores was murdered.
Before we start, though, very curious. Put in the chat before they announce who the guest is. I'm going to give it 1 minute before we start this. Put in the chat what you think this woman who they're profiling does for a living. And you do have a hint already on the screen. Put in the chat real quick. What do you think she does for a living? Who we're about to watch.
Last Tuesday on his way home from school.
I had a nightmare the other night. It was so real. You just started to work with them. I told him that's crazy.
Officers tell us Trujillo stabbed her boyfriend with stiletto heel shoes.
The officer has been shot. We need a lifeline immediately. I have the suspect in custody.
Police say the suspect may be responsible for the murders of at least 6 women whose bodies have been found in or near the Acres Homes area.
Defense attorneys had argued that Yates was legally insane and grossly psychotic when she drowned the children. One by one, they described the deaths of the alleged other 8 victims of the convicted rail car killer.
This is wild that a female would be locked up in a dungeon with a bunch of killers' weapons and stuff like that. What kind of woman is this?
Psychopath! Psychopath dealing with psychopath stuff.
Well,
they asked me, how can you do it? How can you sit in that room? It doesn't bother me. I don't know, am I heartless or what, but it doesn't bother me. It took me 20 years to enjoy my job. But I thoroughly enjoy my job. I only have one drawback to my job. My commute. But that proves to you right there that I like my job. How many people would make a commute of 106 miles when you're eligible to retire?
Tell me what's in here.
What's not in here? You name it. You name it. The only 3 items I do not receive from the courts are guns, drugs, and live ammo. My name is Rhonda Spinks. I am the Senior Criminal Exhibit Clerk for the Harris County District Clerk's Office. This room contains all the exhibits from both misdemeanor and felony courts. All cases. Misdemeanor, felony, felony capitals, everything, anything that is submitted as an exhibit to the court reporter. What happens is I schedule appointments with the court reporters and I go downtown to their offices and they submit them to me, and then I bring them back here and start processing them. Every single one of them. I had a case one time a court reporter turned into me, and when I'm going through the photographs, I'm not looking at the photograph really, I'm just looking for the exhibit number. Because if I looked at every photograph, it would take forever. So I'm flipping through. I flip over a stack, flip through. Well, I just happened to flip over, and the next photograph, I look down and I'm like, where's the man's head? Oh, it's in the Walmart bag there by his body.
I mean, you got some weird stuff in this room. You got machetes, you got mannequins, you got swords, you got pipe bombs.
Car doors, pipe bombs that I didn't even know I had. That's what I'm saying. I don't know half the stuff that's in this room because who has the time to go through all these boxes? Each case is different. They're the same but different at the same time, if that makes any sense. A murder is a murder.
Let's just pause for a moment. I'm not going to be interrupting this one a lot. I can watch it 1,000 times and never get tired of this woman. I just want to pause to say, hey, where's his head? Oh, it's in that bag. Holy shit, ma'am. Wow, dude. Also, when you're at work and you're like, I didn't even know I had a pipe bomb, that's when you know you have a wild fucking job. That's all I'm going to say. Also, you're about to see some true crime memorabilia that has never been seen before. Ever. She literally runs a head shop. Yeah. She does. She says it's so nonchalant because of the shit she sees. And you're going to see some of the shit she sees. You're going to see, I mean, this one has it all. It's like a Stefan sketch. It's like, you remember that from SNL? This club has it all. It's got midgets, cocaine, a traffic cone. Like, yeah, you're going to see a lot of stuff. You're going to see Andrea Yates shit. You're going to see shit from Elmer Wayne Henley and the Candyman. You're going to see Josue's case. You're going to see a lot of world famous cases. It's literally, remember I told you, like the props department for WWE, imagine that for murder and crime in the most murderous city pretty much in the US. Like I can't think of anywhere other than Houston who has a bigger problem with everything from serial killers to, I mean, literally ever. I mean, they're backlogged 250,000 cases. Yeah. Oh, yes, they do talk Angel Resendez. Even though that was technically San Antonio, they do. She has everything. She has everything. Because remember how I told you guys they had to redo everything because there was a moldy evidence situation. I'm not muted. How dare you? That's because, they didn't have a good keeper like her on that stuff. She doesn't handle biodegradable. But here we go. Who do you? You're home.
How they were murdered is, the stuff you receive. Anna Trujillo, the stiletto killer.
Early Sunday morning, officers say they got a call regarding an altercation in an upstairs unit.
Also, if you don't know about Trujillo, she killed a guy with a 7-inch stiletto. Pretty famous for that. Yeah. The train dude, the train serial killer. Yes. You're about to see a lot of stuff in here. That is like, what?
When they arrived, investigators say Trujillo opened the door. Moments later, they found her 59-year-old boyfriend covered in blood on the floor.
She killed with her, must be about a 6 or a 7-inch stiletto heel. Oh. I think it's this box. Ta-da! And there's still hair on the heel. I would break my neck in a shoe like that. And from what I understand, they're pretty expensive shoes.
All I had was my shoe, so I just took my shoe off. And I didn't know what else to do. And I just started to hit him.
Now, I'm not going to lie. When I first saw this, I'm very immature. So immediately I quoted Austin Powers, like, who throws a shoe, doll? But yeah, no, that lady did. And the hair was still stuck to it. And this is the guy, the lady, the person. This is the person in charge of the heel with the hair stuck to it. So, oh, wow. What? You met John Wayne Bobbitt in an elevator together?
He came to my Chuck Norris the band show when I was 16 in Las Vegas.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, apparently he was in the crowd for Dylan's show when he was in a metal band in Vegas. I'll show you something. You know what? You want to see my evidence room? Hold on. I'm going to show them. Where is it? There it is.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Boom. This is one of the things I have because I'm a wacko. There you go. Can you see? Can you see it? To love, honor, and cherish, or else. It's the weenie whacker. It's Lorena Bobbitt's weenie whacker. This is what they used to sell outside of the courthouse. Isn't that cool? Poor Lorena, dude. He deserved to have his dick cut off. Anyway, here we go. Isn't this lady cool? Wait till you see her with her parents.
Burnt stove.
7 children were inside the home daycare on February 24, 2011. 4 would not survive. On the day of the fire, investigators began to doubt Jessica Tata's story of what happened inside.
She left a pot on the stove and went to Target and left the kids in the daycare. And I'll have 2 stoves forever because it's a high-profile case. Well, I won't have them forever because I'll eventually retire, but somebody's going to have them forever.
Prosecutors argued Tata's negligence was to blame.
Today is the day, and now is the time, and you are the people that should hold this defendant responsible.
I don't even call that negligence. I call it stupidity. And my daddy always told me, don't ever call anybody stupid. But she was stupid. Let's go back over this way. Irsan. This was my very first case that I entered. Honor killing.
Ali Irsan has been connected to 3 deaths. In fact, several members of Irsan's family have been linked to crimes.
Ali Awad Mohammed Irsan.
What about him?
Him and his son were charged with killing his daughter's best friend and his daughter's husband.
The jury found no mitigating circumstances that would have allowed sparing her son's life.
And once the dad got the death penalty, the son took a plea and got 40 years, I think.
Wow.
Oh, I got a good one for you. Does Carla Faye Tucker ring a bell to you? That's her pickaxe.
I had to cry out to God, let him know that what I'd done was horrible and that I needed forgiveness.
forgiveness for murdering a man and a woman with a pickaxe during a 1983 break-in.
She murdered somebody, and there's actual photos with the pickaxe still in the body. I didn't even know that till yesterday. She is historical because she was the first woman executed since like the 1800s or sometime. Civil War, I think you said, or something. Long time ago. But this shows you how old this case is. VHS and cassette. There's actually a retention period for misdemeanor cases and felonies up to 5 years is actually only 1 year from the final judgment. But if they're still in prison, I hold on to them because anything they could need them for anything while they're still. Now, once they're not incarcerated anymore for whatever reason, they got out on their own, they died in prison, or they were executed. I don't have a problem getting as long as it's not a high-profile case. Jose Flores case.
Most wakes are heartbreaking. This one is gut-wrenching. 11-year-old Josue Flores was, by every account, and we've heard many of them, as special a kid as they come.
So in a room with thousands of boxes.
Thousands.
That's the one.
Yeah. The one case in this room that just tugs at my heartstrings. And I try not to let that happen because I have to be strong in this job. But it was, you take one of those deep breath kind of things every time I pull his case down off the shelf. A little 10-year-old boy innocently murdered. I mean, it just, I don't know, it just, that one got to me.
He was such a loving, smart boy, and he never been mean to anyone. He always, when somebody's mean to him, he would just say, "I'm sorry, let's be friends."
Josue was stabbed to death here at Fulton and James. Prosecutors have charged 27-year-old Andre Jackson Jr. with Josue's murder. They say surveillance video and his ATM card linked him to the area the afternoon Josue was killed.
Pure evil. And then he claimed self-defense.
Okay. Listen, you're here, running here. I want to know the truth, Andre. Are you a monster?
No.
He was an innocent boy walking home from school. I mean, a lot of these murder victims are innocent people at the wrong place at the wrong time, which he was, well, he wasn't even in the wrong place at the wrong time because he was walking home from school. Can't explain it.
Remember your little brother, little sister?
Yes.
At that time in your life?
Yes.
If somebody harmed your brother or sister, wouldn't you want everyone to help? The whole world would want to help. And I know deep down inside that you're going to want to help.
Sir, I understand what you're saying and everything like that, but I didn't kill this guy. And
okay, then what
obviously
did you see?
I was in the area. I'm just not comfortable talking about what I seen and why I was running in the area.
I'm trying to do my job. You swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution to protect these people right here. This was your life. This, as a United States Marine, is your sole mission in life. Your mission is to protect these people. My mission is to protect these people. And my mission is to get to the truth here. So all I want is the truth.
A judge Wednesday sentenced Andre Jackson, the man convicted of killing Josue Flores, to life in prison.
Your Honor, I'm asking you to right the wrongs in the system.
Jackson, in a written statement, begged the judge for 5 years. He cited an unfair case, one he wrote relied on revenge rather than justice. But after speaking for some 16 minutes, Jackson learned he'd spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Justice was done today for Josue Flores.
In one of the photos, you look on the clock in the photo, and I think it reads 3:30 or 4, and then 30 minutes later he was gone. It was sad, really sad.
Influenza surveillance report released by the CDC this week shows Texas is already experiencing moderate levels of flu activity.
So you talk about your mom a lot. Does she like brag on you?
I love my mother, but she's tough. She's tough.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think in my 56 years, I've seen her cry maybe once or twice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I take a lot of my job home mentally, and I shouldn't. Because I'm passionate about my job. They always give me, you want a little coffee with your creamer?
How many do you take?
8.
8? What flavor do you like?
Caramel macchiato.
So it's like your own Starbucks.
This is Rhonda. Can I help you? It's a capital murder. I've always been interested in criminal justice. Back in my younger days, when my college years that I didn't finish, I was majoring in criminal justice. So I don't know, it just kind of goes along with it. Back in 2019, I was the civil exhibit clerk. I had been civil exhibits for 15 years. And the lady that was over criminal exhibits prior to me was retiring. And I just thought it would be interesting.
How has this job changed you?
None. I don't think it's changed me. I really don't. Because even when I did the civil exhibits for 15 years, I was very meticulous about that too.
Were you that strong, as you say, prior to coming in this room?
Yes. Yeah, I was. I think that's one of the things that helped me coming in here. Yeah. Strong, organized, meticulous.
What makes you tick? Why do you like this? What's it fun?
What makes me tick is my heart.
I want you to be as true.
People are intimidated by me.
Why?
That's what I don't know. Because if they, inside, I could be a bee, and then 30 seconds later I could be crying. You wouldn't see that.
What's that?
You wouldn't see that. I was bullied in school. Kids bully for stupid reasons. I never told my parents. Never. From the 6th grade through senior in high school, I never told my parents. I didn't tell them until a few years ago. I was bullied in high school. What? Went in the military, I was still timid. Had a coworker, he was about 6'4", 6'5", and he walks up to me and he goes, he sniffs the top of my head. And it was like a switch went off in my head. Said a few choice words to him, and I never looked back. Nobody ever bullied me again. He got the death sentence, so let's look and see if he's still on death row, then it's going to be downtown.
What does your dad think about all this?
I don't think he gets what all this entails. I don't think, he realizes what all's, because he's never been here.
If he's never seen it, I'd like to see what his reaction is and how you present stuff to him.
Is Dad there? Can I talk to him? Hey, Papa. My big Poppy. You love me? You love me? How much you love me? Would you be willing to come down to my job so I could give you a tour of my room? All right, see you about noon 30. Bye.
This is what we look like packing up to move after 38 years.
Ronald Haskell. He drove from Utah, and the wife or ex-wife's family, he killed her and I don't know how many children. He dressed up as like a FedEx employee.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have his FedEx uniform in here. The FedEx uniform, the court reporter turned in the shoes, the shorts, the shirt, and the hat. And she told me, Rhonda, if they had turned in his underwear, I was done. Those were her words.
What do y'all think about your daughter being in this room with all this stuff?
I think nothing short of her, because I know that's the type of person she is. She likes stuff like this.
Now I know where her migraine headaches come from.
The other day I told him I'm just like him in the sense of I get something on my brain and my brain can't shut down at night.
Physical appearance, she looks like me. Other things.
Like what?
We won't go there on.
She had no name.
I didn't. Oh, you're Jean's daughter.
And up until I retired, she still didn't have a name. And oh, you're Jean's daughter. Everybody knew Jean, but they didn't know Rhonda.
Yeah, she's retired from Harris County also. But yeah, I didn't have an identity. I always said some of these cases, that's why people commit crimes, because they have no identity. Thank goodness I didn't take after them.
Yeah, she's a hard worker, and we're proud of her.
I joke and say whoever takes over after me is gonna need a stepladder.
Pretty cool, huh? I bet I scared some of you guys. I bet I scared some of you guys. I just popped in with that. So yeah, I thought that lady was so fucking cool. I was like, I gotta show the channel this shit. Isn't that cool? Like, she's crazy. She's cool. You liked it? Good. There's also, I'm going to show you the first part of a 2-part one because I have to go soon. But I want to continue it later. You remember how we talked about Halloween candy?
Death chamber and given the lead.
And how there was like an urban legend or whatever. But I believe I had told you guys how there was a real guy in Houston named the Candyman. But he actually wasn't the one who they believe gave out bad Halloween candy to kids. The Candyman was actually a guy who, along with, there's Dean Coral, the Candyman, and then there's Elmer Wayne Henley, and then there's Brooks. And it was these 2 teen boys who were basically lured by a predator to lure themselves, other teens, with the guise of a party and drugs at this older dude's house. And the older dude, Dean Coral, he would take the boys and he would strap them down to a board, like a plank, spread their legs and do horrible things to them, murder them, and then hide them in a boat garage, a garage, if you're that fucking psycho lady from the Karen Reed trial. And he killed almost 30. Dean Coral went to prison when Elmer Wayne Henley, a teen himself, had enough because he would drug them and stuff. And it was Brooks, I believe, first or second time helping lure a kid. Because this time they brought a girl and Dean flipped out and didn't want a girl. There were like 2 or 3 of them. And Elmer helped them escape, called the police. Dean ended up, it was bad. I believe he shot him. He killed him. Elmer Wayne Henley killed Dean and then called his mom on the news and went, I killed him, Mom. I killed Dean. And it was like the 70s, so it was completely nuts. Like, the police are giving the kids cigarettes while the kid's smoking, like, yep, I did it. Half the town thought he was a hero. The other half the town fucking hated him because they're like, ew, he's a pervert too. He lured these boys. And of course, the news was like, it was a homosexual sex crime. Like, it was just fucking crazy. He was one of the worst serial killers in Houston history, but he was called the Candyman because just like one would think of like an ice cream man or a candy man, he would lure the children. But it was really like an adult gay male who was luring teen boys using 2 teen boys that he would drug and molest himself. So it was a very fucked up situation, right? Elmer Wayne Henley and Brooks were both in prison for many years. I believe they're still there. At least one of them. I think Brooks died, but that is featured on this. Ironically, that is not the Candyman who we reference when we talk about the Halloween candy thing. This guy that we're going to see is the actual Candyman. This is the reason people always said, check for razor blades in the candy, check for poison in the candy, check for drugs in the candy, because a guy really did that trying to do an insurance fraud on his own family. That was also out of Pasadena, Houston, Texas. Same area, or not Pasadena. It's right outside of Houston. It might be Pasadena, actually, which is also where Elmer Wayne Henley and Dean Coral. Everybody thinks it's just the Heights neighborhood. No. That's where at one point, yes, he did live there, but he lived in that house there when he was luring the teens. But it was Houston is basically it's a big city with a lot of tiny city names in it. Kind of San Antonio. You have Alamo Heights in the middle. You have Leon Valley. Yes, they are their own city with their own police, but they are in San Antonio, so people just say San Antonio. Same thing with Houston. You have these neighborhoods that almost become their own city, and essentially they are. You also have the outlying ones, just like in Dallas. You have Richardson, Plano, Denton, but you just tell people the DFW, right? Same thing in Houston. Like, you might say 5 Points, or like you might say, you know what I mean? Like, there's Missouri City. There's like different parts of it. There's Katy, which is further outside of Houston. So anyways, these are a lot of killers from the same general area, what you're going to see is part 1 of The Man Who Killed Halloween. And this oddly is not the guy who they call the Candyman, even though this is like the first, I believe, big case, at least out of Texas, but it did go national and international to where police had to set up stations for you to bring your candy to get it checked out. So, and it is also the largest sex trafficking hub in Bissonnette, thanks to Kristen Galvan's mom, almost got entirely shut down for a few years. They're still working on it, but fucking crazy. And we are going to have Amber on sometime. Yeah, dude, Tylenol murders are fucking crazy. I need to talk to Duty Ed about that. I wanted to ask if he knew anything about that, because Duty Ed is the one who stopped anthrax. So I would assume maybe he might have been around for that, but I don't necessarily know. So we'll do this. We'll end on this. I'll play the first part and then we'll finish it next time. But this is really crazy. And I did not know this. Like, I knew that he tried to kill his family in an insurance scam. I knew that it happened around Halloween. I didn't find out until very recently, I would say within the last couple of years, that this is the guy who did the candy thing. And I know this is stupid and it's pointless. It's meaningless. It really changes nothing, but it really bothers me that Dean Corll is known as the Candyman when this is the actual Candyman. Like, this is the guy who did that shit and fucked up Halloween candy for everyone. But they call Dean Corll the Candyman? Like, it made no sense to me. And I don't know why it bothers me, because out of all the things in both of those cases, that should be the last thing to bother me. There's so much worse shit in those cases. Yet that's what I can't stop thinking about. So anyway, this is why Halloween got ruined for people who weren't allowed to just go through their candies and eat it whenever they want. This is the guy you blame if you want to know. And I'm going to let it play out for you guys. But I highly recommend this channel. It's KPRC, Click to Houston. Just if you type in KPRC, you'll see it. They do the best documentaries about Texas cases. And we are going to be looking at a lot of that stuff. And yeah, you're thinking on the right track, hypocritical. Yeah, cyanide. That's what this guy did. You know how easy it was back then to just buy cyanide? It was so easy that one guy he went to ask about the price of cyanide was like, oh, it's cheaper over there. Like, cyanide is so easy to get. My ex-boyfriend had some in his closet, and he's like, you want to see some cyanide? And I was like, we need to break up. So anyway, here you go.
Her son remained calm as the judge read the sentence, death by execution.
Josue Flores was murdered last Tuesday on his way home from school.
I had a nightmare the other night. It was so real. It's just like working there. Oh, that's crazy.
Officers tell us Trujillo stabbed her boyfriend with stiletto heel shoes.
The officer has been shot. We need a life flight immediately. I have the suspect in custody.
Police say the suspect may be responsible for the murders of at least 6 women whose bodies have been found in or near the Acres Homes area.
Defense attorneys had argued that Yates was legally insane and grossly psychotic when she drowned the children. One by one, they described the deaths of the alleged other 8 victims of the convicted rail car killer.
Welcome to the Evidence Room, and thank you for joining us for our second episode, The Man Who Killed Halloween. I'm Robert Arnold.
And I'm Jason Wynn. I'm really excited to learn who killed Halloween because it affects everyone.
Just really quick, what's your opinion on O'Brien, Pixie Stick Killer? What do you think about him?
He was evil. He killed his own son. I mean, his daughter could have died too, but she didn't eat the pixie stick.
And in case you missed it, Rhonda was in our first episode, and you can see that on click2houston.com. But she was really the one that gave us the access for the evidence room, and we got to dig into some big files.
She used a pixie stick.
On a child. An innocent child. Your own child. Sick.
We just got to hear from Rhonda in the evidence room.
Yes, and one of the things that was interesting when I called Rhonda and said, okay, this is going to be one of the cases that I wanted to profile because I've known it my whole life, she was surprised to say, there's not a lot here left on this guy.
I could just imagine that phone call and her talking about that case file being small.
She was surprised because typically cases that are notorious and have become what is referred to as high profile, typically the trial exhibits stick around for a very, very long time. So it was surprising that the man who killed Halloween, there wasn't a lot left.
And let's get into our second case because it's a doozy of a one.
Yeah, Ronald Clark O'Brien.
As I heard he changed Halloween.
Ronald Clark O'Brien. Now, his fellow death row inmates nicknamed him the Candyman.
We're not talking about the Candyman, are we, Robert?
Unfortunately, Houston has been unlucky enough to have two killers named the Candyman.
O'Brien gave his son and 4 other children poison Halloween candy back in 1974. Only 8-year-old Timmy O'Brien ate that candy and died.
Tell me a little bit more about the Candyman, because I'm new to Houston and this has really affected a lot of people.
Well, first of all, when I was researching this case, the line that kept popping up in my head comes from one of my all-time favorite Stephen King novels, The Shining. Monsters are real, ghosts are real too. They live inside all of us and sometimes they win. And I think that really sums up who this guy is. Matter of fact, a KPRC2 report from nearly 40 years ago very succinctly spells out his legacy.
Ronald Clark O'Brien was notorious for 2 reasons. He killed his own son and he ruined the tradition of Halloween trick-or-treating.
That was a lot right there, but tell me how it affected you, your family, your kids, your wife.
Well, I think one of the things when my wife was pregnant with our first child, our son, one of the things that my mom told me was, prepare yourself. You're always going to worry. No matter how old they get, you're always going to worry about their well-being. They're always going to be your child. And I do believe that the vast majority of parents are like that. You remember when you went trick-or-treating, it was the same with me. Did your mom, you've got to check the candy, we've got to go everything, you're not allowed to eat anything until we check it.
It might have been because of this case, to tell you the honest truth.
He's definitely one of the reasons that kids everywhere have to check their candy. And whether you realize it or not, you've heard about this guy in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, my mom, she was a nurse. She was very clear on check your candy. Make sure it isn't open. Make sure it's not tampered with. And I think that has a lot to do with these pixie sticks.
The fear and suspicion his crime unleashed lives every Halloween.
Let's go back to 1974. Halloween, it's raining. O'Brien, his wife, their 2 kids, live in Deer Park, but they go to neighboring Pasadena to a friend's house.
This is the Pasadena neighborhood where Jimmy Bates and Ron O'Brien took their 4 children trick-or-treating back in Halloween of 1974. There were 4 children, Kimberly Bates and Elizabeth O'Brien, and the 2 boys, Timmy O'Brien and his best friend, Mark.
O'Brien, another father, O'Brien's 2 children, and that other father's 2 children all go out trick-or-treating in this neighborhood.
I, of course, won't ever forget it.
Jimmy Bates was betrayed by Ronald Clark O'Brien.
Bates said that before Halloween, O'Brien asked if he could bring his children over to trick-or-treat with the Bates children on Halloween night. Both families ate dinner together, and then the fathers took the children trick-or-treating.
At the time, it was a newer neighborhood. In fact, by today's geography, it's north of Red Bluff Road, right off of Beltway 8. Beltway wasn't even around
Really?
back in 1974.
So it was, okay, so that really puts it in perspective.
After they're finished trick-or-treating,
all 4 children were given pixie sticks laced with cyanide. A 5th child was given a poison stick at the Bates house.
O'Brien takes his kids home. His daughter is tired. She's younger. He sends her to bed. Tim, O'Brien's little boy, really wanted the pixie stick. This big old pixie.
Just to be clear, for those who don't get the absurdity of this, the outstanding nature of this, the unbelievable, like the rareness, the psychosis of the brain that must be behind this coup. For those of you who don't get it, this guy did a White Lotus on little kids on Halloween. What the fuck, dude. And this was right around the time you got Dean Coral up the road doing, and I don't know what you compare that to. Like a reverse Buffalo Bill? I don't know. On kids, on teens? Like, no age was safe in Houston in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s. It's up there like being a young couple in California in the 60s and 70s. Like, you just don't do it. You have Zodiac there, and then here, you got all kinds of mess. And then you have a bitch with a stiletto going out hitting people in the head. Jesus Christ.
So that's when his dad opened it. And you remember pixie sticks, the straws, they got the different colored sugar.
And they're even bigger nowadays.
Right, exactly. So O'Brien's at home with his two children. Each one has a pixie stick, and the little boy wants to eat his pixie stick. So O'Brien helps him open it, helps him actually break it up and pours it into his mouth.
Tim's his kid.
Yeah, Tim is O'Brien's son, 8-year-old son.
He was a very active child, almost hyper, and really a sweet kid.
Jimmy Bates remembers Timmy O'Brien. His own son, Mark, and Timmy were both third graders at Carpenter Elementary School.
And so, according to the court documents and the prosecutors, almost instantly after Tim starts ingesting the sugar from the pixie stick, he starts convulsing, his stomach is killing him, and I mean, it's horrible. That really gets into how this story happened and how O'Brien got caught.
How long did it take police to start suspecting O'Brien?
Oh, only within a couple of days. I mean, but you've got to remember, at first, this was like a massive shock to the Houston area and nationally. This went national because everybody's hearing there's this little boy poisoned. Not only that, there were other poison pixie sticks out there. Remember,
really,
O'Brien gave one to each of his children, so that's 2. He gave one to the 2 friends, so that's 4. And then there was a 5th boy. A 5th boy actually came over later, and O'Brien gave him the 5th pixie stick. They couldn't account for that one at first. So now you get these news reports of child poison from Halloween candy, and then it's like, we think there may be more out there. Please check all your candy. So it was a full-on panic, and it went national.
Kind of put me in the frame of how O'Brien was during that time frame. Like, was he hysterical? Did he know? Like, what's...
But this was an interesting point. You know how sometimes something strikes you as odd at the moment, but you don't really know why until later? So at the hospital, O'Brien's like, he's beating his hands against the wall. Oh my God, please God, don't take my son. No, not my son, everything. The doctors actually got worried that he may have been poisoned too. And so they lay him down on the gurney and they're like, okay, we may need to pump your stomach. And almost instantly, it was like a light switch. He went, no, I'm good, thanks. And hops up off of the gurney. Nobody ever saw the kids actually get the pixie sticks. It was O'Brien who got the pixie sticks and gave one to each of the 4 kids. And this is where it gets weird. So naturally, the police are like, oh my God, there's this poison pixie stick with cyanide. Where'd you get it from? O'Brien says, I'm pretty sure we got it from that house. Well, this is what's weird about it. O'Brien's little boy, Tim, and his buddy had knocked on that door. House was dark. No one answered.
Bates said O'Brien went to one house where no one appeared to be home, and after the children had scampered ahead to the next house, O'Brien came off the front porch carrying the pixie sticks. He gave the pixie sticks to the children and then later took them back and said he wanted to stop at his car for a moment. Bates said when O'Brien came back into the Bates house, he returned the pixie sticks to the children. Later that night, Timothy O'Brien died from eating a poisoned pixie stick.
Matter of fact, I had a chance to speak to one of the main prosecutors. There were 2 main prosecutors that were able to get a conviction and a death sentence against O'Brien.
There's no question about the fact that the right person was prosecuted.
But Vic Driscoll still lives in Houston. I had a chance to speak with him, and the way he explained it to me.
O'Brien walked up to the door, and he said, knocked on the door, and someone inside kind of opened, whom he didn't see, opened the door and stuck out his hand with a handful of pixie sticks.
I was one of those reporters who followed along the crowd of people through the streets in Pasadena as Ronald Clark O'Brien was pointing out where he thought his child got that pixie stick.
And he took those and back. Nobody, this is...
So this no-faced person in a dark house that other people had knocked on suddenly opens the door for O'Brien and just hands a bunch of pixie sticks to him.
Right, right. And
that's a terrible story.
And it turns out that guy was worked at Hobby Airport and was at work, and had 100 eyewitnesses.
You think at kind of left a mark on us. Well, Vic Driscoll was here when all that was happening, and he remembers vividly what the city was like.
It raised the prospect of something unknown out there that you couldn't quite see and identify and defend against.
So it was a faceless, nameless child killer was on the prowl in Houston.
Right.
So the pixie sticks, one of the things that came out during the trial is pixie sticks are heat sealed. But yet the pixie sticks that had been given to each of the kids had been folded and stapled shut. And O'Brien had actually bragged to people about this brand new pocket stapler that he had got. And then when they searched the house, they find scissors and a knife that had traces of the pixie stick sugar on the edges. So when I say, as a career criminal, this guy flunks out of kindergarten, it's these things. And then, of course, the ultimate thing was the insurance problem. Police found out that about 3-4 weeks before Tim was murdered, O'Brien had increased the amount of life insurance he had on his 2 children and decreased the amount of life insurance he had for himself and his wife. And this is
Why would you do something like that?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because once this hit the news, what was happening, police started getting a lot of phone calls from people who started remembering conversations with O'Brien. And one of them was from the insurance agent. And Vic Driscoll explained that the insurance agent came in and said, yeah, when he did this, I told him, why would you do something like this? This is...
I just want to pause it in the middle of this man saying something very important to point out that in Texas thus far, this was one of the few times, like, since the existence of, I guess, well-known, like, I'm not gonna say true crime, because crimes always happen, but this is like one of the few times in history in Texas where someone pulled an insurance scam on their entire family to be a sole beneficiary where it involved children, and it was so blatant. And the manner where he did it on top of that put other kids in jeopardy, started a national controversy. But this was one of the few times, like, a guy did this to his entire fucking family with the whole fakery and the like playing, but like, it was very shocking. This may have happened elsewhere in the US, but in Houston, this case, it was kind of hard for them to read, because if something hasn't happened before, right, in your jurisdiction on such a scale, to imagine that could be the possibility is very difficult, I'm sure, for a lot of investigators. Like, a person might not think something can be a weapon until it's a weapon, right? So I find this case very fascinating because of all the different reaches it has as far as like urban legends go, but also real crime. Like, there is a very real trend of parents being scared to send their kids out trick-or-treating without checking the candy first. But there have also been many more crimes when you ratio it against the 70s that are on record as people actually hurting kids using Halloween candy. Like, there have been cases where that has happened, but it's always like, hey, remember, like, they got the idea from this kind of shit. Like, it's always kind of happened before. In Houston, and keep in mind, I think this was like 74 in Houston, like a lot of stuff like Andrea Yates and like women killing their kids en masse, like, and I don't mean like in church, I mean like a couple of kids at a time. Susan Smith, like all the cases where people, the family that drove off, oh, you can leave that open, hon, that drove off the cliff in the van, like family annihilators. Yes, Tiff. It usually, like, if it's a female, it's going to be poison. Like, even to this day, it's usually going to be a female if it's poison. So for the head of the household back then, and it's a man, and he's doing that to his whole family. Yeah, sassy. Really, Diane Downs, maybe. Was she even before that, or was she after? Either way, like, it's usually like a female who is either, suffering from, a mental health episode or postpartum. That's usually what's going on with the poison situation. Or you'll have someone in a position where they are a nurse. And yeah, that Misty, that goes hand in hand with the van one. There's the one that drove them off the cliff, and then there's the one who tried to kill her whole family of adopted kids. That family also, that kid is the famous kid during the BLM situation where he's crying and he's a little black boy with a cute hat and the cops hugging him. That famous picture, that's the kid that they did that they killed. Like, that kid was famous for other reasons before that happened. And the family was using that kid. I mean, again, like, I'm a fairly liberal person, but liberal or not, you don't use kids for political shit. And this was a liberal woman trying to make a statement about racism. And I believe they were a lesbian couple who adopted a bunch of kids that were, they tried to do it as like a look at how diverse we are thing and try to make all these political statements, and they used the kids. What is your deal? And they dressed them up in the Thing 1, Thing 2 shirts, which is also what the fucking Turpin family did to their kids. Yeah, she was using the kids to go viral. It's fucked up. Like, she's just as psycho as the very people she hates. And again, oh dear Zachary, that was horrific. That was so sad, dude. Oh, fuck. Yeah. So this is very strange for a dad to premeditate, take out the entire family of just the kids, and to do it with poison. Like, it's such a weird, I guess. Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is weird. This just hadn't happened up until this point, really, on this scale by the paternal head of house. Yeah, everyone loved that boy, Missy. Oh, that poor kid, dude. The poor Andrew, dude. The dad. Fuck. And even before that documentary came out, wasn't Andrew already on like a 48 hours or a Dateline talking shit about that lady being crazy? And then that happened. I believe he was on something warning people too. Could be wrong. I need to watch that again, but it made me so sad. Oh my God. Holy shit. Anyway, this is so shocking to them. I think whoever the person was in the room when he's like pounding on the shit, like, who noticed that shit and called it out, that's some good detective work. That's all I'm saying.
This is backwards. Something else the insurance agent told police that really, really made O'Brien a suspect.
They began hearing about his conversations about asking friends about the effects of cyanide. How much would it take and how often? And he, in the previous few weeks leading up to Halloween.
Also, one more thing before I go back to this, and I'm going to let it play all the way through, I promise, because I want to watch the rest of it with you. But Diane Downs, dude, put her next to a picture of Janelle from Teen Mom. You know what? No, let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. You guys got to see this shit. Diane Downs, dude, something's going on there. We need to get their 23andMe done, because there's no fucking way these two. You guys know who Janelle is from Teen Mom? This one is a real crazy one. Janelle Evans. It's probably got me paused. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just paused right now. Here we go. You got to see this shit, because this trips me out. Yeah, you could probably, if you know Janelle from Teen Mom, you already see it in your head. But I'm telling you, it hits different when they're right next to each other. Dude. Ooh, John List. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm going to look that up, because that does not ring a bell. I know there was already a Lisk, and that was Ivanovitz. Those girls. Okay. Let's pull up. Oh, God, she scares the shit out of me. Teen Mom Janelle. Oh, with little Kaiser. Oh, she's such a demon. Okay, hold on. Oh, my God. And who's worse right now? Amber? Or Caitlin and Tyler? Or Janelle or Farrah? I mean, my God, the amount of crimes these teen moms do is so nuts. Let me see if I can make it bigger, because this trips me the hell out. Like, what is going on here? What is going on here? All right, let's get back on Janelle, and I'm going to try to make this comparable for you. Open image, new tab. Because I want to put them right next to each other. Let's see if I can. There we go. And I should be able to just share the whole screen. Oh, her little girl just looks just like her when she's a teen mom. Jesus. I can't even remember the little kid's name. She's so cute, though. Oh, what an adorable little baby. I was so mad when David threatened to kill her baby chickie. That's when I was like, put this guy in jail. Fuck him. He said that to Ensley. That's her name. He made a joke, he said, but it's literally him yelling at her, threatening to break her chicken's neck. And I'm like, you piece of shit, a baby chick. Fucking asshole. And then he shot their French bulldog, said it was vicious. Ugh. Oh, the teen mom crimes that we could cover are out of control. I would have to pick one. It would take so long. But we will. We'll do one on them. Okay, let's do the entire screen. Here we go. We'll do the entire screen. Okay? Okay. Look at these hoes. Look at Janelle next to Diane Downs right now. What the fuck? I'm going to give you a minute. I'm going to make it big. I mean, is it a gene? Is it genetic? What is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Ma'am? That's assault. Look at, like, are you kidding me right now? I know the hair color is different. The face is the same. The face is the same. Both horrible parents. Horrible parents. Ugh. Oh, the DeFeos? Is that they made a movie on that one. Is that Amityville? What is that? John List sounds very familiar, but I have no idea. You would have to tell me the actual crime. I know that's kind of silly. It's like Starbucks. Like, I don't know your name, but I know your coffee order. Like, I don't necessarily know all the names, but if you tell me just one little unique thing about it, I can tell you about the whole case probably. Let me see. It is Amityville? I knew it. Yeah, DeFeo's fucked up, dude. That fucking... And the way they marketed that house to appeal to people, like... Dude, Dean Corll's house, they busted that shit down. They were like, ain't nobody want to live in this fucking scary murder house, you know? My friend moved into a murder house. It was horrible. We went there and we got footage while we were there because she kept insisting it was haunted, and I don't believe in that shit. And I went with a Texas Monthly reporter and her, and I'll tell you this much, just not a cool house to be in. I'll just say that. The bullet holes were still in the walls. There's still blood under the fucking oven. And it was a very famous Texas murder that happened around the pandemic time. A family situation. And let me tell you something. Fuck no. I would not live in there. I'm not going to say it was ghost, but it definitely did not. It was not a pleasant house. The lighting was awful, but also like just the whole vibe. I don't know how to explain it. It was, I was like, you need to get the fuck out of here. This sucks. But yeah, she was able to sell it, but it's odd how many people, the appeal for them is a crime. So I can totally see the whole, yeah, I can totally see why someone would want to get rid of it. Absolutely. Okay. Anyway, Janelle and Diane Downs, they look a lot alike and it freaks me out. Okay. So back to this, back to the rest of this KPRC exclusive. Because this one's crazy. I still can't believe, like, it's just wild to me that fucking cyanide in the pixie sticks, dude. Also, if you get a chance, I'm not going to go off on another rant, but look up what pixie sticks are. Because I learned recently that they're actually 4 candies in different. It's 1 candy in 4 different formats. There are 4 very well-known candies. I'll give you a hint. Sweet Tarts and Pixie Sticks, same candy. One is compounded into tabs, and the other is just loose powder. Exact same ingredients, same candy, same company, everything. Fucking crazy, right? And then there's 2 more, same thing. Like there's 4 made out of the same dust. It's crazy to think. Okay, here we go.
He had talked to about 6 other non-related people.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. Thank you, Rebecca. I got a Cash App from Rebecca, who I guess is watching the channel. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. I will spend that on busts of former presidents. I appreciate you.
About the effects of cyanide, and each one of them thought that was kind of odd at the time. When they inspected all the pixie sticks, they all had the same amount, and it was about 10 times more than it was necessary to kill anybody. He put too much cyanide and left it in the top and didn't mix it. That's why Tim died so quickly.
Was it his hope that all these kids would die, and that would throw suspicion off of him?
Yes.
So he didn't have a problem killing 5 or 6 children?
No. And that was his cover. It was going to be random in the neighborhood.
What happened to the other kids?
I mean, it was just honestly by the grace of God that none of them ate their pixie sticks that night. It was just dumb luck, and police were able to gather it up.
Jimmy Bates was betrayed by Ronald Clark O'Brien. The 2 men and their families became friends at this Pasadena Baptist church.
And in fact, one of the children actually talked years later about why he didn't eat the pixie stick.
I wanted to eat it real bad because I was real proud of it. I thought it was the biggest piece of candy I had, and I thought, man, this is great. And I was fixing to open it up and eat it. My mother said, no, don't eat it tonight. Just wait till tomorrow. I just clean the house, the floor's clean. Just wait till tomorrow and eat it outside. And I said, okay, so I put it up.
Mark and his father are convinced Ron O'Brien deserves to die.
Susan, I don't see how anybody can ask or hope to receive more than they've given.
I realized that could have been me instead of him, or me too.
That sounds scary that he had to go through that.
Oh, it was absolutely terrifying, as it was for everybody else.
The whole time I'm listening to you here, I keep thinking to myself, where do you get cyanide at that time in that day and age?
Right, well, you could back then. Matter of fact, that was one of the things that Driscoll said came out in evidence, is O'Brien actually went to 2 stores. One store he went to sold too much of it, and it was too expensive. So he's talking with the guy saying, it's too much, that's too much. And the guy's like, well, okay, there's another shop down the road that you can buy a smaller quantity for cheaper. Back then you could.
Wow. Let's go back to the wife there, because he was married at this time, and I couldn't imagine being in her shoes during all of this.
Well, that was one of the things that the prosecutors had talked about.
And he told his insurance agent at that time, and don't tell my wife. If you talk to her or you happen to see her, don't tell her that we've done this. So he hid it. He did what was against advice and what nobody would do.
She had stuck by her husband, didn't really want to believe that he would be capable of something like that. However, when they found out about the life insurance, they brought them both down, separated them, and when they told her about the life insurance, that's when everything for her changed.
She had said, I had hoped that they would find the real person and I wouldn't have to be thinking that it was him. But I see now that that's not the case.
His own wife said he was an exaggerator, he was a narcissist to the end. He was the kind of guy, well, let me explain. This guy was a true definition of a loser. He had 21 jobs in 3 years, bounced his family to 5 different.
I don't want to interrupt while this guy is roasting the shit out of this fool because it's funny and he deserves it. But I just looked up John List and, first of all, never fucking heard of this guy before. I don't know why it sounded familiar, probably because of the comic Joe List. That's what was on my mind. Never heard of this before. I am amazed. I thought I was a murderpedia, but I'm not. Also, his whole fucking family, not just the kids or the wife, the mother, and the kids. What the fuck? Born in the 20s, died in 2008. A longtime fugitive like Whitey, and he did go to Florida on November 9th, 1971. Well, Houston had never seen any shit like that, I'll tell you that much, I don't think. But this would have been national news for sure. I digress. Look at this shit. He killed his wife, mother, and 3 children at their home in Westfield, New Jersey, and then disappeared. He planned the murders so meticulously that nearly a month passed before anyone... So a month passed after the murders? And no one even thought about it? Now, first immediate thought, 5 counts of first-degree murder. He did it all with a handgun. He was not caught till 89, so almost... How many days? That's like 2 decades. Never even saw the America's Most Wanted. I binged it and I saw almost every episode once. This must be the one I missed. I would remember this. This is insane. First of all, the fact that he would ever be eligible for parole is insane. And they said he would be ineligible for 75 years, which indicates that after 75 years he would be eligible, but he'd have to live to be 140. Anyway, he did this all because of religion and money. He believed that if he killed them, they'd go to heaven. Oh, what a mensch. He was in the military, of course. He was in the Korean War. Okay. Fort Eustis. Is that still around? Sounds like an old lady's name that's going to yell at me or call the cops. Of course, Kalamazoo. By the way, Tim Allen, Tim the Toolman Taylor, he trafficked cocaine through Kalamazoo. Look up his mugshot. It's insane. His book is terrifying, but he was a snitch. Let me see. He got syphilis, this guy. Rochester, New York, worked with Xerox. Wow. Let's see. He looks just like John Lithgow. If you guys want to know what this fool looks like, he looks just like John Lithgow. I'm so surprised. I've never heard of this. This is insane. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, he did all that because of some paper that was dyed green. That's weird to think about. He essentially killed his whole family over a fancy leaf. I don't get murder crimes that have to do with money. I mean, I don't get any murder crimes, but like, damn, dude. Yeah, just being broke is okay. You could just be broke for a little while. You don't have to kill everyone. Yeah, he probably does have. Trump definitely has syphilis. That's why he's got that personality. He's always turning orange. God. Yeah, I've never heard of anything like. I haven't heard of this. Know about the DuPonts. That shit's fucking crazy. They heard classical music. Ha ha. Yeah, that's so. They should get Lithgow to play him in something because he looks just like John Lithgow. It's fucking crazy. Wow. Well, I'm going to look that up all night. All right, here we go. Back to this.
Different cities. At the time he murdered his son, they had almost no money in the bank account, and their car was about to be repossessed. Oh, and then it came out that he had committed similar insurance frauds in the past, just smaller things. Like they had fire insurance on their furniture, and somehow their furniture caught fire. So this guy was just a loser to the end, but it's deeper than that. I mean, this is a man, like I said before, who had no problem killing his own children and 3 other kids in the neighborhood just for some insurance money.
Daneen O'Brien has built a new life for herself here in Pasadena. After testifying against her husband, Ron, and helping to send him to prison, she divorced him.
So everybody could kind of go, I mean, who wants to live with that hanging over their heads for the rest of their life, that you were married to or your father was the man who killed Halloween?
No, I can imagine, because, you know, my mom, again, you know, made us look through the candy, take the candy to the police department. So now
I really thought that guy was going to be like, I can imagine, because my mom ruined Christmas. He didn't.
To this day.
There's still a lot of law enforcement that warn about the candy and warn about what things are that may be coming out. So it kind of paints the picture on a lot of people's childhoods.
That's why I said at the beginning, you probably don't realize it, but you've heard of this story in some form or fashion. It's gotten changed over the years and all. You probably don't know the name Ronald Clark O'Brien, but this is, again, one of the reasons you have to check your candy and why there's that somewhat fear in the back of every parent's mind when their kids go out trick-or-treating.
My feelings are optimistic.
So I'm guessing at that point, that's right when O'Brien really cracked.
Oh, no. He never cracked. He never admitted his guilt. I
Really?
mean, you talk about, this dude is the ultimate narcissist. He never, ever, ever cracked.
Did he ever testify at his own trial?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
I didn't do it. I would never do it. How could I do that? I mean, the cornerstone of any child killer defense is what parent would kill their child, and the jury didn't buy it.
Because I have no guilt, and because I know inside that I didn't do it, and the people that are close to me and know me as an individual know I couldn't have done it, and I know that the Lord knows I didn't do it. So I've really got nothing to be scared about or afraid about.
And it was Ronald O'Brien himself, according to the jury, and I concur, that gave an 8-year-old boy the death penalty.
Kim Manganero says Ron O'Brien is ready for his execution, but still thinks he'll get a last-minute stay.
He's doing okay. I mean, they're treating him very well. He wanted me to let y'all know that.
Prison guards blocked off areas near the Walls unit to keep any protesting crowds away from the entrance. O'Brien ate a last meal of steak and potatoes and took a shower. He's given prison officials his will and asked that his corneas be given to an eye bank. If no judge or the governor stops the execution before midnight, O'Brien will be taken from his holding cell into the death chamber and given the lethal injection.
What was one of the big takeaways that you had?
All those things that I told you about his life and all the talk about cyanide, the stapler, and just how he did everything, and the insurance money. I'll never forget Vic Driscoll, that prosecutor we've been hearing from, delivered the closing argument in the trial. And I remember it was really, really powerful. I was going to read part of it here. O'Brien did not have the truth in him, even when the truth would do him better. He has used his friends, his family, and his church. He sacrificed his only son, not on the altar of God as Abraham might have done, but on the altar of his own greed. And that pretty much sums up the guy perfectly.
Wow. What'd you feel like when you read that?
Sad. And for reasons thinking about no matter what's going on in that guy's life, no matter how many jobs he's lost, how many cities he's bounced around, whatever was in him that was so broken that allowed him to kill his own child, and again, other children had no problem doing that too, I can't fathom that. I can't understand how a person could ever get to that point.
Ronald Clark O'Brien's execution was cheered the moment spectators caught sight of eyewitnesses coming out of the death house. O'Brien never admitted killing his son, but in a last statement asked and offered forgiveness.
I would forgive all who have taken part in any way in my death, also to anyone I have offended in any way during my 39 years. I pray and ask your forgiveness, just as I forgive anyone who offended me in any way.
Robert, we've been spending a lot of time in the evidence room lately. We've got these murder cases all around us, but when it came to O'Brien's case, what was unique about it?
There wasn't much left.
Those holding candles outside executions usually want the killer kept alive. Last night, some who wanted Ronald O'Brien to die held candles.
For such a notorious murder, I was surprised that more of the court exhibits, trial exhibits, weren't still there. Really, it was a file, and it just had some pretty dry procedural court documents in it. A lot of the research that we did came from our own KPRC2 archives. We also went to the downtown public library, where they have all the old Houston Post, Houston Chronicle newspapers on microfilm. That helped as well. And then Driscoll actually gave us a book called Capital Murder, which dedicated a couple of chapters to these murders and the trial.
So what did you find interesting in that book?
A lot. There were pictures from the days of the trial. There was even a picture of one of the little boys who was given one of the poison pixie sticks being led in to the courtroom. That was it. You had a shot of the actual pixie sticks themselves, and there was a shot of the funeral at the church, and that was another weird thing that came up during the trial.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when Tim's funeral was happening, one of the parishioners remembered having a conversation with O'Brien, and O'Brien saying that he envied his son because his son was in a better place now and didn't have to face the trials of life like he did. And that parishioner actually came back and testified that who envies their dead child?
Robert, did anybody really come out and officially say they forgave him?
No. How do you forgive that? I mean, seriously, how do you forgive that?
After midnight, O'Brien was given the lethal drug dose. O'Brien's ex-wife is relieved he's dead. Daneen O'Brien says she doesn't hate him, she just feels nothing. Daneen sees the execution as the wiping of the slate, a chance to get on with life.
And that does it for our second episode of The Evidence Room. Remember, we're going to be streaming every Wednesday a new case. Next week, we've got Pickaxe Killer, Carla Faye Tucker.
And remember, you can see all of this on click2houston.com and KPRC2+. That's it.